Okay, I guess there's only one now. This should be it.
It looks like it.
Did everybody hear me?
I hear you.
Can you hear me, Rick? Shit.
I can hear you, Eric.
Can you
Yeah,
hear me,
can you
Rick?
hear me? Everybody hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah. You-
Yep, hear you now.
Vinny is going to help if it's okay with you, Rick, because she has a lot of experience. Try to send me the link again to co-host, but if it doesn't work, I'm going to let her explain to you some things that she explained to me. So go ahead and try it again.
Okay.
No, it still won't work. Okay, so Vinny, can you explain to Rick what you just told me on the phone?
Rick, are you on your phone or are you on the computer?
I'm computer.
Okay, so there is some issues with the computer version where there's some glitches. It would probably be smoother if you were on your phone.
Okay.
One way to test it, you could throw me a co-host invite and I can see if I get it. That would help us see whether it's Eric's side or not, but it's
Okay.
probably the computer.
Is it and you're who? This is
That's Vinny. That's Vinny. We did the show with. Send her a co-host and see if it works for her. And maybe it's my problem, not.
oh, I got it.
We
I
just
got it.
emailed Rick.
All right, hold on a minute. Did you get it? Yeah.
Yeah, so it worked for me. So Eric, are you not receiving it at all?
I receive it, but the little box at the bottom that says accept or decline, I only see half the word decline, and I don't even see the accept button. But what's weird is earlier today, UFO Shane sent me a co-host thing, and it said accept, and it worked fine on the same phone, and I don't know why that is.
And you've rebooted your phone and also checked to see if there's an update for your app?
Well, if there's an update, it would have happened. It would have been requested or today, like an hour ago, because it worked for me an hour ago. How about this, Rick? Vinny is pretty good at this. If you want to let her co-host, I'll be her assistant co-host, and we'll try it that way. I mean, I can kind of basically when we get to the part about questions and hands, the general policy in this space is going to be that people can ask whatever questions they want. If they get to the point where they're repeating the same question, let's say 2 or 3 times, and they're not being polite or respectful, and they're just kind of badgering Rick, then we're going to either mute them or drop them down. But because we're not trying to get badgered, we're trying to get answers to questions, but we're not going to play the game of badgering here.
Rick, would you like me to keep a list of hands so that you know who's next?
Yeah. And the way we're going to run it today is there's a lot of questions that people have sent me that they haven't been able to ask in spaces, even my space that I had. They had hands up. We ran that for several hours. And so what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to talk about some things that I wanted to discuss, and then we're going to answer these questions that these people have, and then we'll throw it out to the audience. Okay?
Got it.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And like they said, and like others have said, this is going to be a cordial, friendly space. If you have questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Everybody gets one, and then a follow up, and then if other hands are already up, then you're going to wait your second turn to ask questions. Just simple as that. So if you have a question with a follow-up, no problems. But Don't continue on after and after and after. If you have another question, just wait for your turn. Okay, there's a big, several people have sent me questions about what AFOSI does or is. There's a lot of people out there that post things about OSI, and they don't even have the abbreviation right. They'll call it Air Force Office of Scientific Intelligence or Special Intelligence. The real name, the actual name is Air Force Office of Special Investigations. It was founded back in 1948 when the National Security Act was created, which created the Air Force. The first director of OSI was Joseph Carroll, and he was an FBI agent. He was assistant director of the FBI under Hoover, and he was loaned over to OSI to start this new investigative agency. AFOSI is a federal law enforcement agency. It's a federal, all the agents are federally certified to conduct Title 18 and Title 10 investigations. One of the unique things about OSI, it reports directly to the Inspector General of the Air Force. It doesn't report to a commander on a base. It reports directly to the Inspector General. And the reason for that is there can be no command influence on a base. For instance, if OSI is conducting an investigation on the base and they don't want the commander to know about it for one reason or another, they don't have to tell them. They just continue investigation. But normally what happens on a base is the base commander gets a briefing on what OSI does. And probably 60 or 70% of everything OSI does on a base is classified, except for criminal investigations, which could be something that a commander would want to know about. AFOSI operates under federal statutes, and it has the following branches. Criminal Investigations Branch. It investigates crime occurring on a military installation, Air Force installation, or any installation involving Air Force personnel or Air Force property. Fraud investigations, any kind of fraud against the Air Force is handled by OSI. They have computer crime investigators. And also OSI is the protective service arm of the Air Force. It acts just like the Secret Service. They protect Air Force dignitaries. The Secretary of the Air Force has a detail of OSI agents protecting them. And then separately from those other branches is a division called the Counterintelligence Division. And under the Counterintelligence Division is the Counterespionage section and the Special Projects section. Special Projects is where I worked. It's codenamed PJ. I'll say PJ as for Special Projects. When you hear me say it, that's what I mean. Not pararescue, but Special Projects. They develop and implement security policies and procedures for compartmented special access programs. They guide and direct security-related activities of all programs involving advanced research and development. Provides counterintelligence support to Air Force and other governmental agencies' special activities operations. Conducts classified investigations and special operations missions to protect vital Air Force programs and projects. And finally, they support operations directed by the Defense Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. OSI is the investigative arm of the DIA and the NSA. So that kind of explains what they do and what I did during my time in. Every agent goes through a very detailed investigation to get in. They have to have college. There are military OSI agents and there's civilian OSI agents. They do the same thing, but there are some military, mostly civilians, but there are some military. And they go through a number of different schools. If you're you go to a basic Federal Law Enforcement Academy at Glencoe, Georgia, and then you go to the OSI school, and then advanced training, such as I went through. Intelligence operations courses within the DI, CI, and NSA. And then we're trained to conduct deep cover operations, investigations, conduct investigations that require disinformation or deception operations, we call them, and then conducting investigations to allege UFO. Back then it was UFO, now it's UAP UFO and ET related. So that's what OSI is. I hope that explains it to everybody out there. And let me go into some of these questions that my friends and other people have tried to ask, but haven't been able to. I think one of the biggest questions that is always answered is, why did we start? Why did Richard Dodie? This is a question. Why did Richard Dodie start an investigation into Paul Benowitz? Well, first of all, I didn't start an investigation into Paul Benowitz. I was assigned as a counterintelligence officer at Kirtland Air Force Base. I received a complaint from Lieutenant Colonel Ernie Edwards. He was a commander of the state police, or excuse me, security police at Monsanto Base, which is where nuclear weapons were stored back in those days, because Paul had contacted him by phone. I took the information that Colonel Edwards gave me. I submitted a Form 1, which is an incident report, through my supervisor to headquarters. Headquarters came back and said, we're going to do an investigation into this. And for the people out there who've been in intelligence or the military, we don't do anything without an operational plan. So the operations plan comes down from headquarters, dictating what we're supposed to do down in the field, and we do it. We follow the plan. So it's not Richard Dodie that created all this. It's an operations plan created at headquarters, and I just run it. Another big question is, why did OSI give Richard Dodie the Benowitz case? Because you are a young, inexperienced intelligence officer just out of intelligence school. That's a good question. It is a good question. I hadn't been in OSI for about 15 months. I hadn't run any major cases like this before. And so they gave it to me. Now we have within OSI at the time at Kirtland, we have a senior agent who was a case supervisor. He supervised administratively cases. Therefore, he assigned cases to different agents. And the senior agents that have been around 20, 30 years, getting ready to retire, they didn't want to touch this. I think they saw the writing on the wall. They didn't want to touch this case. So lo and behold, a person like myself, a young intelligence officer, was assigned a case. Now that's why I got the case, I think, although nobody ever told me that, but I can put two to two together and figure that out. And okay, why did you drug Paul Benowitz? Well, we didn't drug Paul Benowitz, but let me explain how that comes about. Paul was a 4-pack or 5-pack a day smoker. He drank everything conceivable that contained caffeine. He didn't take good care of himself. So sometime during the initial part of the investigation, which was called Project Seven Lambs, we had Paul examined by a government physician. I'm not going to name who that physician is, but I think everybody out there that's been following the subject for years can figure out who that was. And during the examination of Paul, there were a number of medications Paul was taking. And so the government physician recommended some new medications for Paul, including a sleeping pill, because Paul, one of the biggest complaints Paul would make when I went to visit him or talk to him was I didn't get a good night's sleep last night. So, and probably because of all the caffeine he drinks. But anyways, they gave him a sleeping pill. So that's probably why you hear people say, "Oh, you drugged Paul Benowitz," because some of the insiders might know that we, in fact, did give him some prescriptions. I didn't, but the doctor did. So that, I hope, can answer that question. How many other agents were involved in the Paul Benowitz case? That was another question. Well, 16. There were 16 total agents, some from the FBI, a couple from NSA, a couple from DIA, and myself. I was the case agent, but there were other agents doing exact same thing, or sometimes more than I was doing. I normally got every one of their reports or supplementals. There was one main report. Who did that?
They're gone. Go ahead, Rick.
Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so there were 16 other people involved in it. So it wasn't Richard Dodie that did everything.
Rick, sorry to interrupt you, buddy.
Yeah.
I just want to, because I've been having trouble. I don't know why. Just real quick question. You mentioned in the beginning the Air Force Office of Special Investigation, and then you said there was somebody else that you said that they were working in tandem with, or at least parallel with. Who was that? Another agency?
Yeah.
DIA?
Yeah, DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, and the National Security Agency.
Okay, so just I want to be clear because I think other people might not know this, and I don't know this. So you've got NSA, DIA, and the Air Force Intelligence. Are they all on equal footing in an operation like this? Is who has oversight? And the other question would be: is the CIA aware of these operations going on amongst these three agencies, and do they have oversight and knowledge?
There certainly, the CIA would have had some knowledge of this. They didn't have an operational involvement with this investigation, but they might have an advisory role in some aspects of the case, as would DIA. DIA didn't have a domestic charter. That's why OSI did all their investigations within the United States, because they didn't have anybody could do that. NSA same way, but there are some classified reasons why NSA can get involved in something in an investigation inside the United States. But we were the federal agency along with, actually, within the United States, when you're dealing with counterintelligence or counterespionage, the FBI is the senior department. They're the ones that would have overall control if they wanted it. But in this particular case, they just worked alongside of us. They didn't have, we remained, the AFOSI remained the primary agency, the control agency, as we would call it.
Okay, so let's just say the operation went sideways as an example. Who would have the authority and who would not have the authority to pull the plug on the operation?
Well, in a case like that, would be AFOSI. And now when I say AFOSI, I don't mean Richard Dodie. I mean AFOSI headquarters in Washington, D.C.
Okay, continue on. And thank you for answering those questions. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Okay. Another question is, and this we came up in a space a few nights ago. Why are you lying about your association with the Central Intelligence Agency? According to records, you worked for the CIA and not the OSI. So that was the question. I think that came up a couple nights ago. Well, that's not true. I worked for AFOSI, but I went to schools at the CIA headquarters. Now, for some particular reason, when you go to a school and some other entity, some other intelligence agency goes through CIA school, those people, those agents have to be employed by CIA. And so during a 10-week course or 5-week or 6-week or whatever it is, you're on the roll of CIA. But when you leave, you go back to your other agency. So I think somebody got in records. He says, I had submitted a CIA records check and it came back with some redaction that you worked for the CIA. Well, I don't think that. I asked him to see those records and he never sent them to me. So
you were trained by the CIA, in other words, but you weren't working for them directly, is what you're, or even as a contractor. Maybe they are implying that you were a contractor for the CIA.
No, I wasn't a contractor. I worked for the Air Force Office of Special Investigations. I went to CIA schools. Now, when I went overseas, when I was in Europe, yes, we worked alongside of, we had operational teams made up of, normally the CIA guy would be in charge, and then there would be other entities on a team. So you would work with them. You had to have a CIA clearance. Now those clearances are a little different. And you have to, the CIA doesn't trust anyone, whoever they are, wherever agency they come from, military or other DIA or NSA. You have to have a CIA polygraph to have access to anything within the CIA. So, and I had that when I worked overseas. Okay, and now we're getting into some questions about Lazar. Why did you lie about the Bob Lazar case? Well, I had to send an email back asking, what are you talking about, the Bob Lazar case? And they explained that they said Robert Teller vouched for him, and Bob Lazar worked with Robert Teller at Area 51. Well, when I sat back and asked him, you mean Edward Teller? And they said, oh, yeah, Edward Teller. Well, first of all, Edward Teller didn't work out at Area 51. He worked at Los Alamos, Lawrence Livermore, and Sandia National Laboratories. I knew Edward Teller because he spent a lot of time at the Institute for Advanced Studies in Austin, where I worked for Dr. Puthoff. And so most of that's not correct. And as far as about Bob Lazar, Bob Lazar claims, and one of the follow-up questions was, what's the difference between S2 and S4? I challenged anybody out there, I've done this over and over again, to find any place on the Nelson Test and Training Ranges that is officially named S4. You're not going to find it. You're going to find an S2, and that's in Papoose area, but not S4. S2 is what I think Lazar is implying, that he worked underground there. Now, according to others that worked there, there were levels under Papoose or S2, and they're called levels 2, 3, 4, and 5, and not S4. So that calls into question whether Bob actually worked there or not. And I'm not going to go into that because it opens up a Pandora's box. Then they asked who Jerry Miller was. Jerry Miller was he assisted in the investigation of Paul Benowitz. He was a Blue Book investigator back in the early days. And he worked for the Air Force Operational Test and Evaluation Center at Kirtland. And the significance of that is Afotech controlled Area 51. Det 3 Air Force Flight Test Center at Groom Lake was directly connected to the Air Force Operational Test and Evaluation Center.
What is Afotech, Rick? What's Afotech? Can you explain that? And when did they control? What years?
Afotech controlled all advanced research and development projects for the Air Force from, I don't know, from the 70s on, and they still do it. So there's 3 detachments, 2 at Edwards and one at Edwards, one at Tonopah, and one at Groom Lake. And that kind of answers the next question.
Hold on real quick, but going back to Bob Lazar, is maybe the person again, you mentioned, I don't know, a year or two ago, I don't know exactly, that you had come across somebody that had the logs and that Bob Lazar's name were on those logs, and that you guys are hoping to release that. I mean, that's kind of where a lot of people are waiting for that. I think if you were able to produce that, or whoever has them, that would assist in credibility, I think, on this topic.
Yeah, that's going to be released in the upcoming documentary that's coming out late fall that we did out of Area 51. It's taken us forever. I mean, Nellis Test and Training Range. There is a notation on the log showing a Robert Lazar that worked there from March of 87, I think, 87 or 88. I can't remember now, for like 3 months. There is a notation. There's one down there. And there's another person who has spoken about this out there in podcast. So like I said, I'm not going to go into that until everybody sees the documentary and listens to what the commander out there says and the contents of that control log that lists everybody that had access to the Nellis Test and Training Range except for Tonopah, from January 1st of 1979 to December 31st of 1990. And that will come out some other time. Now, people have seen, it's been posted, my entry control badge into Nellis Test and Training Range. And the question is, why did your control badge for Area 51, why is your control badge for Area 51 an AFOTech badge and not an AFOSI badge? Because AFOSI didn't control the area, and everyone that had access that came from locations other than agencies that are actually signed there would have an AFOTech control badge, not AFOSI. We don't control that area, so therefore we wouldn't have our own badge for that area. And that's the reason. Finally, why did you make the Mirage Man? Well, Mark Pilkington did. Mark and John Lundberg. They interviewed me a couple times, about 3 different times. Once at the UFO convention and some months after that. Roland Denning, one of the producers, readily admitted that a lot of the interviews were dubbed to put things in. I was supposed to be paid $10,000. Never been paid. Mark skipped the country in UK, went to Switzerland, and then the Azores. And John Lundberg, one of his co-producers, was also scammed from Mark. Now he's looking for Mark, like I am. But anyways, and I never signed any kind of contract to work on the Mirage Man, either in the book or, but I was promised $10,000, and I have the promissory thing that he sent me, way back in 2007 or whenever it was. So that's what I wanted to get off my chest.
Real quick, Rick, are you open? I think I asked you this before, but this would be kind of interesting and fun if Mr. Pinkleton had the cojones to invite him on a space and to discuss this. Do you think that would be something that would be interesting?
Well, sure would be, and I have asked him. In fact, I think it was one of the podcasts I was on a while back. That was the offer. This guy claimed to know him. He said, I can get Mark on this podcast. I said, well, do it. Let's do it. And that hasn't materialized yet. So I'm still waiting on that.
You want to go to hands now, Rick? You want to start moving around the room?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we got Fringe, then
Okay, I've kept
Joe.
a list. I kept a list.
Okay, Vinny, go ahead. You take over.
Sure, thanks. It's going to be Conundrum, and then Fringe, and then Yogini, and then Osiris, and then I'll cycle a couple people down. There is some people waiting. Thanks.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Rick, for being here to do this little space. I'm an experiencer, and I have questions. about this topic, like big time. And it sounds like you're a very educated man, and it sounds like you've seen a lot and done a lot. So my question to you is there affiliation with nuclear power plants and UFOs?
Yes, absolutely.
So my next question, right? So that just answers what I already know, right? Because of my
Yes.
experience of where I'm located and what I've seen. Are you aware of any advanced surveillance equipment that the public may not know yet?
Advanced surveillance, you mean ours or theirs?
Ours. I'm a Canadian,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. All I can say in that regards is that nuclear weapons and nuclear plants and facilities that make fission or fusion material are guarded well, and some of the security measures around, especially Hanford and Oak Ridge and military nuclear weapons facilities are secretly guarded or guarded by secret surveillance equipment.
Who's next?
Okay, next is Fringe.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thank Rick for making yourself available again. I was wondering if you have any information on insiders being threatened by grays or any other types of aliens with ramifications in the afterlife if they come forward as whistleblowers, or if they don't kind of secret keep until their death.
No, I've never heard anything like that. No, can't answer any of that.
Okay, go ahead, Yogini, go ahead.
Hi guys. Hi Rick. Thank you. I have actually two questions. You said something or made reference to Edwards Air Force Base, that was part of something. I missed that. That's my first question. And second question is, do you know anything about Operation Looking Glass versus Project Looking Glass in reference to Air Force?
First of all, I said Edwards Air Force Base is where one of the AFOTEC detachments are located. Detachment 1 Air Force Flight Test Center is located at Edwards Air Force Base in California.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Okay.
what we're referring to.
Yes.
And secondly, Looking Glass. The only thing I know about Looking Glass is that it was an Air Force project that tried to look into what the Soviets were doing in the area of psychic phenomena and psychic research. That's the only thing I know about Looking Glass.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Osiris.
Hi, yeah. So, Rick, first, thanks for taking the question. About 24 hours ago, almost exactly 24 hours ago, you tweeted out, and I'll quote it. You said, "I can guarantee you that ETs have been recovered at crash sites. I no longer have any NDAs. Lou, Grush, and Dr. Davis are speaking the absolute truth." So if you no longer are under any NDAs, that means that this information is no longer classified. If it's no longer classified, can you do one of two things or both? Either post that information that's no longer classified, or at a minimum, post the NDAs that you say you're no longer under restriction of.
Yeah. Well, first of all, my NDAs or security oaths, we call them back then, expired in 2000, the end of 2000, September of 2001. So I'm not under any restrictions. However, there are special access programs that I had access to that I know that I'm not going to talk about because I can't talk about. I tried talking about them a few years after my NDA expired, and Air Force came by and slapped my hand and said, "You can't talk about those things." I said, "Okay, I won't." But I had access to crash site data in a couple different ways. First of all, my indoctrination into the program occurred in 1979 when I was briefed into the United States government's involvement with extraterrestrials and UFOs. They didn't use UAPs back then. And so I was briefed on everything that we did from 1947, not everything, but a good portion of what we did, historically speaking, from 1947 on to, and this is 1979 that I'm getting a briefing. So, and that involved crash sites, the Roswell, Corona, Pelona Peak, Kingman, a couple in Nevada. Those crash sites were in the briefing. So I knew of those crash sites. So, and they were under various different plans. They didn't have special access programs back in those days. When during these recoveries, they were created later on, I think 1968 and on. But they had special programs that Air Force OSI was involved with to protect these programs, a counterintelligence threat. As I mentioned earlier, that's part of the special projects branch of OSI, is to protect these sensitive programs. And so that's how I knew Grush and those guys probably got the same exact briefing as I did, maybe an updated one, because mine was in 79. So I'm sure there's a lot of things added since then. And plus, during my time as an OSI agent at Kirtland and at Area 51, I had access to information pertaining to recovered alien or extraterrestrial crafts. I saw some in hangars. Nobody said that came from planet such and such, and that extraterrestrial species was flying it. But they told the classification of that craft sitting in that hangar was that it was an extraterrestrial craft. So I was never briefed into every single thing regarding this subject.
So just to confirm, the information that you're saying was declassified and released from your security oath as of 2001. So 23 years have passed, but yet there's been no documentation from you to support any of that with tangible evidence of briefings or information or data or PowerPoint slides or anything. Is that an accurate statement?
No, you're absolutely wrong. I didn't declassify it. It would have been nobody has to declassify it. They just said you're not under that restriction anymore. That when your NDA expires doesn't mean that the information that you had access to is declassified. You got that all wrong. That doesn't happen that way. And
I'm pretty, Mr.
no,
Dodie, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I am a security clearance holder and part of annual reviews with NISPOM and everything, and an NDA lasts as long as the classification of that information lasts.
well, it didn't happen. That it wasn't the policy and the procedure under the DoD, Department of Defense Industrial Security Regulation 5200 when I was in. And when I signed off, my NDA or my security oath, if you're on fire, in fact, a security person within the government, there's no NDAs. It's called something else. And
yeah, it comes on as SF-86 and it's part of your security classification. You're reading into the program and it takes the OCA to declassify the original material. But if you did sign a security oath, or AKA an NDA, the NDA will only have an expiration date post the mandatory declassification of that information, or it will be rescinded upon the OCA declassifying that information. So if I'm reading your tweet correctly, by you saying that you're no longer under any NDAs or, as you say, security oaths, that would allude to the fact that that information is now declassified, because if you have the ability to speak about it and everybody has the ability to hear what you say and you're not violating any classification concerns, by default that information is now non-classified.
Okay, I don't agree with anything you say, so let's move on to the next question. I'm not going to argue that point. That's simply not true.
Okay, here's the lineup that I can see. If you want to speak, please put your hand up. There's lots of people down requesting. So I need to recycle some people, but we've got Matthew next, and then AKA, Rick, and Emily. And Lucius, I've got you on the list now. Thank you. You as well, Abbas. Go ahead, Matthew.
Thanks for doing this space, Rick. Question for you you were on an interview on Fade to Black several months ago, saying you were involved with some others that had a list of people who had clearances for Area 51 that you were potentially going to release, but you didn't have control over that. And included Art Bell and Bob Lazar. So what's the status of that? And then another follow-up. What do you think of these things over the Air Force bases recently? Do you think they're non-human and the Gang of Eight are playing coy about they know what they are or not? So thank you.
Okay, I think I just talked about the intercontrol log earlier. There is a group of people found or got a intercontrol log, a huge log, dot matrix type printing stuff, because we're talking about the 80 era, that had everyone that had access to a Nellis Test and Training Range from January 1st, 1979 to December 31st, 1990. Okay, so and there's a huge number of people on that list. So what we did, number one, the first thing we had to do was verify that list was in fact credible. I mean, we just found it and we looked through it. Of course, a bunch of us within the advanced working group, certainly who had access out there, looked for our names. Okay, and our names were there, and one of the names that was there was Robert Lazar. I guess it's the same one. He was there from March of, I think, 87 or 88 until June of that year. That's it. The only time he's listed on that. Art Bell was on that list. He was on there, and it really confused a lot of us because his Art had already passed away. And so we went and did a lot of research and found out that Art set up a radio station out at Area 51 for them. He didn't have a security clearance. He didn't have special access. He just went out and showed them how to get FCC documents or whatever they needed to do it. And that's what Art did. I think his access was for a 6 or 8 week period. So that's why Art Bell had access out there. And that was the only reason we could find that he'd had access.
Thanks so much, Rick. Okay, AKA, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Rick. First of all, I wanted to say thanks for your service to both the Air Force and AFOSI. Curious, when you finished up active duty and decided to make the jump over to OSI, was there any significant event that led you in that direction that you like anything you may have encountered or experienced while in active duty that said, hey, that's the career path I want to pursue?
Well, to tell you the absolute truth, well, I'm going to tell you the truth anyway, whether you want to know it absolute or not. I wanted to be a teacher. I really, really, really enjoyed teaching. And so I thought, well, but my uncle, Major Edward Dodie, was in intelligence, Air Force intelligence. He was famous for the Lania Zamora case in 1964. He investigated that for Blue Book and many others. Orbs that was sighted around Briggs Air Force Base near El Paso and many other cases. And my dad, who wasn't in OSI, or he wasn't in, never investigated UFOs, but he was in intelligence. He spoke Russian. And so anyways, I was given a phone number from a college professor to call. And I went to a job fair, and I went to college up in the Northwest, and somebody came along and gave me a number to call, and got in. So that's how I did. Some people will say, "Oh, because of your family," but I don't necessarily agree. Nobody's ever told me that, and so I don't know. But that's how I got in.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Thanks, AKA. Go ahead, Rick Ford.
Hi, Rick. Again, I have a question that in regards to misdirection. Would you happen to know about, say, a base in Alaska that somehow that it's out there, but it doesn't have any of the typical fences and radars and all that stuff? The only reason I know about this is because I had a couple that went out there and they went camping and they had like a 3-day hike from where their site was. But what was really strange was when they said the woods came alive, I was like, what, you talking? You know what I mean? I thought it was predator kind of like action, but no, they said basically a lot of US soldiers, right, that were able to tell them what they had back at their camp 3 days ago. And told that they were doing an exercise out there, and they gave them a direction to go in away from that area, which was kind of strange. And I never thought anything about it. I thought, oh yeah, that could be happening. But now I've seen so much to deal with Anchorage and all that. What's your take on Alaska as a potential base site and underground base site?
Oh, wow. The only thing I know about Alaska is there are some secret training areas from outside Alson Air Force Base, which is in Fairbanks, and Anchorage Air Force Base, which is in Anchorage. And there are facilities up there and then there's an Army base right next to Eielson Air Force Base. And there's winter training or winter survival training is done out there for both the Army and the Air Force. So maybe they're talking about that, but I wouldn't know any other secret bases that's up there.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Emily. Thanks for being patient.
Hi, thank you. Hi, Rick. We spoke in the summer of last year. I'm not sure if you remember. And I thank you for your time that you gave me then when I was asking you quite a lot of questions. One thing that kind of stuck with me that after still kind of like researching a lot of this MJ12 Paul Benowitz debacle, was I was still kind of unclear on your like very early history, because one of the questions I asked you was whether or not you were ever worked or ever claimed to work for the CIA in Laos in I believe it was like 1968. And you said I remember that you said to me no, that you hadn't. But there are some people say that you were on a podcast called The Midnight Hour, where you were asked whether or not you worked for the CIA in Laos and that you answered in the affirmative. And then also you, in the released Pratt tapes, Bill Moore said that you were at a site that was a listening post that was overrun in either Laos or Cambodia. And then Christian Lambright did a huge amount of research and found a post that you allegedly made, I use the word allegedly, where you were talking about 2 tours of duty in Laos. And he traced that post on a History Channel forum that traced it back to you and emailed you about it. So I just wanted to get a bit of clarification on what your actual involvement was. Thank you.
Okay, you're saying that I worked for CIA. Where was this?
No, I'm not saying this. This is an allegation, or this is something that you have said multiple times. So
Okay.
you made a post on a History Channel website,
Laos.
also on
With Laos,
Oh,
right?
Laos,
Laos,
yeah.
the country of Laos.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
1968.
Well, number one, I wasn't around. I wasn't. I was in 1968. That's going to be Richard L. Dodie. There was a Richard L. Dodie that worked for the Central Intelligence Agency, and that Chris Lambright, and there was a Paul, or not Paul, some other guy that got information. I can't remember his name, but anyway.
Are you saying Richard? Richard, are you saying there was another Richard Dodie
Yeah,
that had a different middle
No,
initial?
it's L.
Is
It's
that what I
Richard
just?
L. It's
Okay.
Richard L. Dodie, and Richard L. Dodie is my
Okay.
cousin. My father had 6 brothers. He's a cousin, one of my uncles. He did work for the Central Intelligence Agency. He did work in Laos. He was had 2 tours in Laos, one in well, I don't remember the locations, but 2 in Laos. I never said anything of the sort. Lambrecht called me and said that I posted these things, which is a lie, another lie. People make things up about me because they didn't know who Richard L was, and so and he actually used Richard L in those on the phone call, and then a couple of the emails he sent me, and I said that's not me. I didn't tell him it was my cousin. I just said that's not me. My middle initial is C, Charles. So you go find that other guy. I never told him who it was, but I knew who it was. So
okay, I think Emily somehow dropped down. By the way,
that's me. I'm recycling people. After they ask the question and Rick is answering, I'm recycling because we have people in the waiting line.
Okay.
Oh, can you please bring
So
her back
next up would be Lucius to ask a question. Thanks for being patient, you guys.
Let's just move on. That's not me. So you go find the other. You go find my
How's
cousin.
it going, Rick?
Yes. Hi. Good. How you doing?
Good. This is Alex Zanovitsky. We've spoken a few times on Disclosure Tonight and other channels.
Yes.
I don't think I've ever asked you about this though. Have you ever heard of a guy named John Searle?
How do you spell his last name?
Searl. Allegedly, he has designed some, free energy technology called the Searle effect generator that also will create anti-gravity devices. And he started a company for space exploration in like the 1950s, 1960s.
No, I don't think I have. He might have been. He wrote a paper, and I think Dr. Putoff was one of the reviewers of that, but I didn't know him personally.
Gotcha. And then the shortest follow-up question, because I'm going to drop down probably for a very long time. Is there a relationship between precession of energy and UAP experiences? For example, in relationship to the precession of the Earth or the rotation of the Earth?
Wow, great question. That's that's. I wish I had the mind to understand that or to explain it, but I think there is some correlation between the two. I know or you probably theorize how that would work.
I mean, I think, but to say I know, is a hard thing to say.
Theorize. Yeah. I think in theory, yes, I would say, but I don't know anything other than I could guess, and it would be, I just would enjoy thinking or looking at formulas or equations, but if I actually know, no, I don't know.
Sounds good. Thank you for your time. I'm going to go ahead and drop down, and maybe I'll jump back up in a little bit.
Okay, thanks.
Just to update the lineup so everybody knows where they are. Next up is a boss, then Tic Tac, then Lou Reviews, then the average Chris, then Spiritual Freedom, Fletcher, and Hey Ocean. So go ahead, Abbas.
Thank you. Hi, Rick. This is my first time ever doing a space. So you mentioned earlier in this conversation that you have firsthand direct witness allegations regarding ETs, non-human intelligence craft. I'm wondering, with Grush coming out with his claims, have you gone to either the UAP task force or the ICIG to to brief them on your claims? If so, can you summarize in a non-classified manner what information you gave and when?
Yes.
And if you haven't, why not?
Yeah, I was invited to the Department of Defense Inspector General's office January 2022, and I've spoke on a number of times about this. And they cleared me. They said, okay, you're cleared again. We were in a skiff. They said you can talk about what you did during your time. They're going to ask me questions. And what they did was they actually pulled out a report that I had authored, an OSI report that I authored back in the early 80s. It pertained to an actual abduction / contact of an Air Force person with an extraterrestrial. I did the report along with another agent. Unfortunately, that other agent passed away many years before. And they asked me about that case. Now, the ironic part of this is they showed me my report, but it was heavily redacted. I looked at it and I said, well, I don't remember everything I put in this report. You're talking 40 years ago. And they said, well, can you kind of go through it and tell us the gist of this case? And I did. And I said, can you give me a cleared report? And they said, no, OSI won't give it to me. And that's just an example of back then where one agency wouldn't cooperate with another agency. This is OSI says, here's what you're going to get. And it's heavily redacted. There were pages and pages that were redacted. So I said, well, all I can do is give you a good guess of what this other information under the black markings are. So I couldn't tell, but I was there. They talked to me. I think I was in there for about 2.5 hours. They said, and to counter what that other guy said about security, they said, we understand that your security oath expired, whatever the date was, September 30th or whatever, but there's still a classification for a number of these projects. And I said, yeah, I understand. He said, but you're cleared to talk to us about those things because we're giving you the clearance right now. And I signed some forms. So I was cleared. And so I answered all those questions. And then in September of 2022, they called me back up there. This time they had another OSI agent that I'd worked with a number of times. We were both in the same room together. It was in a different building, different facilities than from the first briefing or the debriefing in January. And this time they had the cleared report, and they wanted specific details about some things in that report and how we went about doing this and that and this and then some other names that were in that report. And again, that report was still classified. I still saw the classifications up there with the caveats. So, I'm not going to talk about that now because as I know what to say and what not to say, you can always skirt the issue of classification as Grush and those others did. You don't talk directly about it. Like I can talk about that report that was an abduction by an Air Force person. She was in the Air Force, female. She went through a horrible situation for a number of months. And there was, I would say, concrete proof that, in fact, she was being abducted and it wasn't some pipe dream or she wasn't doing this herself. And they were very, very, very interested in that report. Now, there was another report that I wasn't the author to. The other agent in the room was, but I was assistant. And we talked about that case too. So that's the 2 times that I was interviewed by DODIG.
Thank you. I have one just really quick follow-up. Do you have any plans to maybe follow in Grush's step to get like a DOPSR cleared guide to, do an interview with someone like Ross Coulthart or Leslie Kane in the debrief or anything along those lines? I mean, these spaces are very nice, but I think public outreach with like a major news outlet could be more beneficial.
Okay, you dropped off there. I didn't hear the last part of what you were saying.
Oh, sorry. I'm basically just wondering if you are planning on taking Grush's steps to like get DOPSR approval to like go to some mainstream media outlets, maybe like News Nation or Ross Coulthart or Leslie Keane, to try to follow in Grush's steps and support his claims as like, another open whistleblower. I feel like these Twitter spaces are really nice, but I think they don't get the attention that like mainstream media outlets could provide.
Well, I've done that. I work for Gaia. I have over 150 episodes on Gaia. I recently, in the last year and a half, recorded the Dodie Chronicles. There's, I think, 11 episodes out there. It's going to be 30. So I've already went that route. I have I'm careful of what I say. There's certain things I can't say, but I've been out there for the last 6 years doing exactly what you're saying. I don't necessarily. I won't go into details why Russ is might not be the right person, but and I have tried to write a book. I have a manuscript that I went through 2 reviews. They cut out a lot of it. I'm fighting with them now. Hopefully, maybe the end of the year, I'm going to get a book out. Won't have everything I want in there, but I'll get a book out.
Thanks so much, Rick. Go ahead, Tic Tac.
Hi, Richard. Thanks for taking the time out of your day to educate us. Thank you for this opportunity to ask you a question. So I'm wondering, when you, so people people get very fixated on this issue. It can be very destabilizing. It can be like sort of like religious fervor that people feel, that they're like figuring out the truth. And so it can be very psychologically destabilizing for people. And I'm wondering, when you mislead somebody like Paul Benowitz or Linda Moulton Howe, and you feed them some wild narrative and then they accept it, is that fun for you? Is that enjoyable?
Well, first of all, I didn't do that. Richard Dodie doesn't do that. The government tells me what to do. I followed orders. I did exactly what the operational plan, and I didn't feed Paul Benowitz any wild stories. Paul Benowitz was already a believer in UFOs. He was a APRO and field investigator, and so he was a full believer in the subject. And when he was taking pictures of the drones, which was secret back in those days, we had to convince him that they weren't an Air Force secret drone program, which is highly classified back then. We wanted him to think they were UFOs, but Paul already knew they were. He suspected they were UFOs. He said they were UFOs. He told us that. So I didn't feed him any wild stories about what he was seeing. I just agreed with him. It was so simplest deception operation that we ran. Yeah, Paul. If you think
Was he given a computer?
They're UFOs.
Was he given a computer?
He wasn't given a computer. He was given a monitor by Alan Heinrich and Leo Sprinkle. He already had his own computer and he had his own monitor. And Alan Heinrich and Leo Sprinkle interfered with the investigation, and they could have been charged by the FBI with that. And they gave him a monitor after we told them not to interfere. And I didn't personally, but other agents did. And then Paul used that monitor for a few weeks before he told us about who gave him the monitor. Then we took it back and sent it to the lab to make sure that it wasn't traced. It wasn't something in there that they'd put in there, or it was the electrical components weren't changed. But we found it wasn't. It was just a monitor that they had bought in some store and gave it to him, but we didn't give it to him.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Lou.
Oh man, thank you so much. Okay, God, feels like forever. Thanks for hosting a fun space. I have one question that doesn't have anything really to do with this. I'm just curious about you in this time period of the 1980s, and then I have one very serious UFO question, if that's okay. The first is, I've heard stories about, and God, I wish I was there. I've heard stories about John Lear, Bob Lazar, George Knapp, and you partying your asses off. Is there any fun stories that you could tell us about you guys hanging out and maybe some trouble you got into? Because when I see you, Rick, I think to myself, fuck, I bet that guy was insanely fun to hang out with when he was in his prime. So do you have any fun like stories like that?
Well, I never partied with Lazar. I met him once in person at a UFO convention, so that's
What about Knapp and Lear?
well. I'll just say that we went out a few times. I'll just leave it at that.
Yes. Oh, you 1980s. Oh my God. Okay, so you guys were probably doing a little bit of the Bolivian snow round, huh? Okay, I don't answer that, Rick. You don't have to. I get it. But man, fuck, dude, I would love to one day I would love to just talk about those parties. The very other real question I had, ever since you've mentioned these races of aliens, I looked into a couple of them, and I honestly got some hitbacks on I think it was the Ebens or one of those that had that there were some crash sites in Alaska. Have you heard anything like that, or do you know anything about that?
Yeah, there were. There were crash sites in Alaska for a couple of those species. Two different species, two different crash sites, and two different time periods.
Wow, I hate to break this to you, man. I completely made that up.
Well, I tell you, one was at Nome in 1971 at Tin City Air Force Station. And the other one was, I have it right here. And the other one was found in the field 2 miles inside the Canadian border, east of Eielson Air Force Base. The craft that crashed at that location was 1966 and had been there probably for a number of years. They found it during the thawing. So I don't know if you're pulling my leg or you're just lying, but there
Yeah,
were
no,
two
yeah,
that I
yeah.
know of.
I just could, I could, I because the reason why I did that, Rick, I
Are
don't
you a
want to be big.
psychic? Are you an experiencer?
I am, yeah, actually, I am. I did experience them when I was 13. But what I've found since I've been researching this a lot is people will tell you anything they want you to hear and believe. And so when I hear the stories about all of this classification, but then you turn around and you start talking about races and stuff like that and how they're 100% real, but there's no paperwork that proves any of this stuff. And man, like, again, man, if I could had a time machine and I could go back to 1986 and party with you guys, I think I'd have a really great time. But it just, when you cite Gaia as like some kind, like, they're not a news organization. They don't do heavy fact checking there. That's not a place of like an institution of where people go to for facts and truth. It's an entertainment channel.
That was is that it? Guy is
Yeah.
watched
Well, okay. One more
Guy is
question.
watched by
Why?
about 1 million people, okay, around the world. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's
Okay.
I would
Just one
say
last
that it's
question.
more,
You were
and they
transferred to
do their
Germany in 1984. Can you
they
tell us
do
why?
a lot of investigations on the people they bring in there, and they learned that from the Corey Good, and I came in after Corey Good, so they do it. So let's go to the next question. You've already asked your 4 questions, I guess.
Thank you so much. Okay, thanks, Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
Hey, Richard. So we spoke recently in a space where you had mentioned people's security clearances could be found online, and we went into that discussion, and I pointed out that that's not true. So I wanted to kind of so once we had that space, I had several people recommend this thing called Mirage Man to me, and I went and watched it. And me being an Air Force veteran, I found some things interesting. It's weird how, like, in that documentary, you probably have already talked about this, but I'm new to this. When you talk to that documentary, it was you were actively trying to do counter intel, where you were trying to direct him. I think it was Benowitz. You were trying to convince him that it was UFOs and aliens because, you know, obviously there's probably secret projects going on of human tech, and, you know, we don't want our adversaries finding out about it. So you put on a facade, you know, you convinced them, hey, yeah, this is definitely UFOs or whatever. That's my take from it. So why? It seems like that's what you're still doing. Like, I feel like you're still in character, and I don't understand why you're doing that, because I mean, the things you're saying, like Jeremy or Osiris pointed out earlier, you made a claim online saying that, you know, about NDAs and stuff, and he actually was 100% right, and I can back that up. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, are you doing this for fun, or is this like a hobby? Because I do know that some people that do what you've done have a hard time checking out and like not continuing to do this type of thing. So, at what point did you go from Benowitz trying to convince him of a lie that he believed in to try to protect, you know, national security secrets, to now it's just full blown aliens everywhere? At what point did we make that switch?
I don't know what you're talking about. You sound a little out of it by these wild accusations you made, and the question about the security clearance, or I guess you're talking about what somebody said about that the information has to be declassified. That's absolutely false. That's false, 100%. I sat in a damn skiff with DODIG, and they explained it to me, and that's not what they explained. So let's move on to the next question.
That's a good question, because so if you did sit in that that DOD meeting, you know, it was FOIA Grush's meeting with the DODIG. So if you met with them under the same premise, we can actually FOIA that, because we did that with Grush and we got results back. So if what you're saying is true and you did have that meeting, then we can FOIA that. And I think that's what we're going to do. So what happened?
Go ahead. I don't care. Next question.
Okay, yeah.
Next question. Move on.
Okay, go ahead, spiritual freedom. Spiritual, are you there? Okay, go ahead.
Can I go for the next guy?
You want
like 5 minutes.
you want me to recycle you?
No, well, I'm just busy right this minute.
Okay,
Can I go
okay.
after Fletcher?
Yep, got you. Go ahead, Fletcher.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my question, well, first of all, I wanted to say, you know, I see a lot of like trying to poke holes through people in this this type of community a lot, and I just think it's sometimes unproductive. So I just wanted to say that. But my question was about Tonopah. I've been around there a lot. I've spent a lot of time in the area. It's kind of in my backyard, so I'm just kind of curious what's going on out there. I know the sign says home of the stealth, and they've got the stealth fighter on the, you know, on the thing, but I'm just kind of curious. And then my other question was about, have you heard anything about ley lines raising the Earth's magnetic field, any of that kind of cool stuff to prevent catastrophe?
First of all, Tonopah, when I was out there, it was called Tonopah Test Range. Now it's called Tonopah Air Force Base. They do research and development on not just aircrafts, but other things. Sandian National Laboratories has a major facility out there where they are conducting research and development into all sorts of different things, classified special access programs. But I think in '92, I became an Air Force base. So it's Tonopah Air Force Base now. And that's where in the 80s, the stealth, the F-117 was developed, tested, and it's still stored out there. Some of them are. I think there's 6 active aircrafts, F-117s, that are still flying. The other are other aircrafts are stored in hangars out there. So that's what I can tell you about Tonopah. Ley lines, I don't know anything about the ley lines.
Thanks.
Cool. Thanks.
Well,
Thanks, Fletcher. That was a great question. By the way, I love ley lines too. So there's a whole topic we could probably do a space on. Spiritual, are you wanting to go ahead and go?
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate y'all letting me up to speak. So Rick, I don't know like nothing about your story or nothing, and this might be a crazy, weird question to ask, and I don't even know if you can answer it, but I'm gonna throw it out there. How much is it fact or fiction about the Emerald Tablets and the Anunnaki? And is our government being ran by a shadow alien race?
no, nothing about it. I know nothing about it. I think Linda Howe, you need to ask that question. Linda Howe, she's really into that, and I'm not. I have no idea of anything relating to the Anunnaki.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Hey Ocean.
Oh, hey Rick, how's it going? Hope you guys can hear me. I'm on a computer and I don't usually use my computer, but my phone wasn't working. My question was if you've ever heard of was it Project Preserve Destiny? That was one that I heard the other day, and I'm not sure if you've ever heard this project before.
No, I saw it. Somebody posted it, and then there was something about what it was, but I don't know anything personal about it.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to put my hand down now. I'm going to do some digging. Maybe I can find some more information about it for us and maybe link it to some other operations or projects or something.
Hey, Jess, go ahead.
Okay, so hi, Rick. I'm wondering regarding on the job, is there any circumstance where you have to reveal that you're on the job?
Okay, say that again.
Like
When
if
I
you're
was
working
working?
a job,
Oh
yeah,
yeah. I
or
mean, no. If I was working in a covert position with OSI, I wouldn't tell people that I was on working in a covert position. But if I was official duties, I would show my badge and credentials. We had a badge and OSI credentials where I'd show people identifying myself as a OSI agent, and I'm here to investigate something. So yeah,
right,
I would
but
have
are
to.
there any are there any circumstances where you'd have to, like, if even if you were covert, like you'd have to reveal that you were working?
Well, if I was conducting an investigation, yeah, I would have to. But if I was undercover or working on some secret operation, no, I wouldn't have to. There wouldn't be any reason why it would jeopardize my safety or the security of the mission. No.
So there's really no circumstance. I'm just also wondering, like, considering this topic seems to be very hush hush and top secret, how is it, like, did you get permission to come out? Like, how is it you're talking about such an explosive topic with the general public? Um, were you assigned to do this? Like, did they say it's okay? Like, were they happy that you're coming out with this information? Um, so yeah.
You mean now? You mean what I'm doing now? Not
Yeah,
what I did in the
now,
past?
yeah.
Yeah. No, I've been doing this for well, the first UFO convention I spoke at was 2004. So for 20 years I've been doing this. And there were a few times where I was contacted by, I'll say, the authorities and told that I went too far on something, and not to talk about this or not to talk about that. And I said, okay, I won't. But other than that, nobody's told me not to. There are people within the government that questions why I'm doing it, because they're saying I'm giving too much information. But unless I know that it's a special access program and I'm jeopardizing national security, I'm going to talk about it. And nobody's given me instructions. The only person giving me instructions is me, Richard Dodie. I
So
control
what's your
myself. Nobody else is
motivation?
controlling me.
Well, what's your motivation for doing it? Is the teacher in you? Is it like, what's the motivation?
I'm just as determined to get disclosure out as other people. I'm trying to, at my very best, to facilitate disclosure. What I know and what I think the government should be telling us, and they're not. And I would love to see some form of disclosure. I don't think we'll see everything, obviously, but I hope and pray that we get disclosure in my lifetime. That's why I'm doing it.
Thank you, Rick. Just to update the lineup so everybody knows where they are, I've got I'm Not Here next, and then Kevin, and then Arsalan, aka Andrew, Unconventional, and Tony. So unless and then Larry, I'll put you after Tony, okay? So I'm Not Here. Go ahead. You're here.
Hi. Hi. I just wanted to ask, and it's a very simple question, and it requires just a yes or no answer, if that's okay, Mr. Dodie. And it's a pleasure to speak to you this evening, and thank you for having me. But I was just wanting to ask, apart from what you're telling us and what you're saying, is there any unimpeachable evidence that would corroborate or prove any of your claims? Does any evidence like that exist? Yes or no?
You mean, evidence? That's a pretty broad.
Something that you can
I
show
don't. I
me,
don't.
not
I
tell me
don't
about,
take.
just
I
actually
don't take
show me it, that proves
orders
any
of
of
how
your
I
claims
can
to be true. Is
respond.
there
But
anything like that?
evidence, other people's corroboration, yes,
No,
absolutely.
not apart from what people are saying. I'm not saying about what people are saying or what they're telling us. What you can show us physically, unimpeachable evidence that would prove any of your claims. Does anything like that exist?
You mean documents, or you mean you want
Anything.
a UFO and an alien body? No, I can't.
There are
I
documents.
can't go.
There are
Yeah,
documents.
there's many documents out there, and you can't. I can't go.
I've read the documents.
I can't go. Many
My second
people out there
my
read
second
documents.
follow-up question would be,
Now, listen, I'm talking now. If you want evidence, you need to do a search. You need to follow Charlie So. He's a guy on the internet that can dig up things. He's dug up documents. He's posted documents pertaining to classified programs of exactly what I was talking about. Now, as far as the hands-on material, I can't bring the material from Area 51 or wherever it's stored out and say, here's what I'm talking about. So that's not a rational question to ask. That's not going to happen. All right, next
Thanks, Rick.
question.
Go ahead, Kevin. You're next.
Hold on. Let me jump in. I'm sorry. I understand the questions, but if you really consider the history of ufology and all the stories and all the people and all their claims that, what true or not, no one has ever provided evidence in the history of ufology, direct evidence of an actual alien or an actual UFO that's been verified. So it's not like Rick's the only one. So I don't understand why people want to just go after Rick when for 80 years people have been telling you stories. So Rick's just sharing his experiences. It's your choice if you want to believe him or not.
Amen. Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak. Rick, I know you've been going through and doing a lot of discussions, and thank you very much for it. I know it's very difficult. I did want to ask you, there's been a lot of people trying to make amends for, past things and stuff lately, especially the last couple of weeks. I'm not asking you that type of thing, but are there any things that you would have liked to see gone better in your past when you were rolling out any kind of evidence? Or and yes, I do think that eyewitness testimony is evidence. And yes, whenever we do find artifacts and toys from aliens, the government does snatch it up just like mom and dad would, taking dangerous things from us when we were children. So, but are there any things in the past that you would like to have seen done a different way or a better way?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, hindsight's always 20/20. And during my time in, I wished I would have challenged the operational plans of not just the Benowitz case, but other cases. If I knew then what I know now, but I wasn't in a position to do that. There was a remedy that we could do during that time period where if an operational plan wasn't something that we wanted to do or could do there, because these plans were done in Washington, and they sent them down to the field and they say, okay, this is what you're going to do. And but there were things that I felt that couldn't be done at the local level. And I'd go to my boss and I'd say, listen, let's fill out this form. We had a form, I think, whatever it was, 37 or something, which allowed us to make recommendations on an operations plan and to send it back up to get approval. And I just wished, and there were some times that I'd read and do something that I realized, God, I wish I didn't have to do this. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Here's your lineup, guys. Arsalan, you're next, then AKA, then Andrew, Unconventional, Tony, Larry, John Strader, Kronos, J-Just, and the Unconventional. Arsalan, the stage is yours.
Hey, thanks for having me. My name is Arsalan. I basically talk about the new Earth and just the vibration, the Schumann frequency that's changing in this Earth right now. There's a different frequency. There's a different type of vibration in the Earth right now that's changing. That being said, I'm saying this is because a lot of people are starting to see synchronicities, and it's happening a lot at the same time. I myself have seen UFOs. So for the people that don't believe in it, I pretty much didn't really believe in it until I actually saw them, and I was kind of shocked because I'm like, what is going on? So I live in Toronto, specifically Scarborough, if you know where that is. It's a part in Toronto, and I was one day just laying on the grass at night, and I started seeing like a line of these UFOs starting to move, and very definitely here. And the government is actually the government has told us, like last year, they've told us that on these objects in the air, they actually exist and they're here. Now I don't know. And if you read Behold the Pale Horse from William Cooper, guys, that book has so many gems where he talks about how these guys actually have been hiding. But I promise you, this is very, very spiritual. My friend has actually seen dream. He had a dream on UFOs. So I'm telling you right now, this is much more spiritual than we think with this new Earth vibration. Everything, the frequency of the Earth is changing, and we're going to start
Thank
having.
you.
Arsalan,
Arsalan, did you have a
you have
question?
a question for Rick?
Did you have a question, Arsalan?
Oh no, I just wanted to give a confession, but that's about it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you
Thank you,
so
Arslan.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, AKA. Thanks for waiting.
Oh yeah, no problem. Hi, Rick. Question about the San Augustine alleged crash that may have been one of three that occurred in 47. Art Campbell wrote a book called Finding the UFO Crash at San Augustine, where they recovered material and ran isotopic metal analysis on it of the honeycomb stuff that they brought up that looks very similar. And there was a correlation to this site specifically in Diana Pasulka's first book, where her, Tim Taylor, and Gary Nolan visited the site and also pulled some material back. Curious if was this site part of what occurred in 47, one of the three craft that were or were reported during Roswell?
Okay, what I was briefed on, there was two crash sites. There was the crash in Corona, New Mexico, that was found by the archaeological team. The debris field off the antenna of that craft was in the Brazil field. A second craft, we think, at least the briefing said, was the same exact craft, was found in 1949 out there near the plains of San Augustine, up near Pelona Peak. So that's the two that I know about. Now, some say that the debris field was another crash site, but I think the government considered that just part of the Corona crash. So that's what I know.
Rick,
that's what I know.
Okay, because
quick question. Let me interject real fast. Sorry, guys. When you got your briefing, I believe it was 79. At the end of the briefing, did they say, now you will not discuss this briefing with anybody, even anybody in this room, or later on at some point in your career or afterwards, were you able to discuss your experience with the briefing and others? In other words, have a conversation with others about your briefings?
Yeah, of course, it was a special access program in 1979, and you signed the forms and so forth. But because of the wide nature of the investigative process of extraterrestrials, it didn't happen in one little corner of one little space in one little piece of land. It's happening all over the place. So at one time, I knew there were 122 OSI agents briefed into the same program that I was briefed into, and we were considered what we referred to, and it's just administratively, as a 9Q. And so we knew the story. And so on a number of assignments, where we call them TDYs, temporary duty assignments, we would team up with these other agents that had the same clearance that we did, and we sometimes talk about what kind of briefing they got. And lo and behold, they all got this exact same briefing. Plus, there were colonels and commanders and other people that got the same clearance. We were at a UFO convention in 2010. That's where Richardson spoke. So, of course, he's dead now, but he was an OSI agent, talked about the incident, the abduction case, or the incident happened on Bata test site that he was involving a staff sergeant Hartnell. And there were a number of other people there, OSI and Air Force Intelligence, a couple from the Navy, a Naval Investigative Service. Well, Naval Criminal Investigative Service. It used to be called just Naval Investigative Service. And we talked about this subject. We talked about briefings and so forth. And they got the same briefing as I did. So I think there was just one major briefing, because everybody seemed to have gotten the same exact briefing that I got.
Thanks, Rick.
How many of those guys would you guesstimate are still alive that you know personally had the same briefing that you believe that you had? And do you think any of them would ever give any kind of indication to verify or vouch for what you've told us?
Oh, I think, well, I hate to keep going back to UFO conventions, but many of them spoke, others spoke, and although their stories might have varied from me, they had their own experience. If they weren't standing next to me, they're not going to verify exactly what I did or during my investigative process. Now, everyone that was like the 16 that was involved in the Paul Benowitz case, I don't know. There are probably some of them that passed away. I know there was 3 senior guys, one from NSA and one from DIA. Probably, I mean, they were in their probably 60s then in 1980. So you're talking 40 years later. I doubt if they're still alive, but I don't know. I haven't. But there are some in the advanced working group and some other friends I have that. But they said, I've invited many, and there's a couple guys in this space right here, right now, 2, 3, excuse me. There's 3 of them who, one is still in intelligence. The other 2 retired like I did, but after me, I think probably in the mid 90s. But they don't want to come on this site and get blasted and called lies and told you're crazy, you're making it up, you're delusional, all these things. I don't give a crap. I'm going to say my piece. If you don't like it, hey, don't listen to me. Go someplace else. But these guys, they don't want to get harassed like I get harassed. And there's a lot of people out there like that. You met a couple at a UFO convention that says, I'm not going to go up there and say what I know. So that's the way it is. If they want to come up and talk and answer questions, and they want to appear in a public forum, hey, go at it. But I've been doing this for years, and I don't really care about what other people say about me.
And I think that's a great attitude to have. Thomas, I've got you on the list. Okay, go ahead, Andrew. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. Thank you. Can you hear me?
I hear you great. Yes.
Perfect. Hey, Rick, appreciate you coming on here, and appreciate you tolerating and pretty much knowing you're going to come under fire and you still come out anyways. I know it's not easy, but my question was, and I don't know if you've touched on this in previous spaces, or if you can even touch on it, but one of the more fascinating rabbit holes I've been down, and you said that you were read in pretty much from Roswell on. It was a 4-hour YouTube video, and I listened to all 4 hours, but there's a transcript of the supposed Roswell alien interview with a Matilda McDonald McElroy military nurse that supposedly had a telepathic interview with this alien, and she was the only one that could speak with it. I guess the entity's name was Errol, but was curious to hear if you've heard anything about it, what your thoughts were, or any comments.
I heard that story, but I don't know anything more about it than what was told. I'm not going to. I've never had any access to anything like that, and I've never read anything in any kind of government document. So it's whether it's true or not, I'm not going to make a decision or state.
Thanks, Rick. Just to the people that are down requesting, just hang in there. I'm going to keep recycling, okay? Go ahead, Unconventional.
Hey, hi. Thank you for your time. Hey, Ricky. This is your boy from Ivory Coast again. I don't know if you
Hi,
remember.
how are you doing?
I'm good, man. Thank you. I have a quick question. I mean, I have a lot of questions, but I'm just gonna ask one because I see a lot of people here. So, if NHI are real and are here, as like many people say, right? That means the government is lying to us, right? That means the Pentagon, Arrow, U.S. Air Force, Navy, NASA, Elon Musk, and all the U.S. presidents are lying to us. So if NHI are real and they're here, and all these people are lying on in the reality that we all share, I mean, there's a problem there. So what do you think, what entity or what person who can come forward with a statement saying, yes, NHI are real, and people will actually take it for what it is? Like the president, who can come forward and say, hey, this thing is real without showing us anything, and people will believe, in your opinion?
Well, you're right about who's not telling us the truth. The government's not telling us the truth. There's people out there that used to work for the government, myself and others, and so we try to we come out and we trying to tell what the public what we did and what we knew, and how are we treated. Well, you can see how we're treated. So it's a Pandora's box, so to speak. The government, I know, is lying. Sean Kirkpatrick was a spokesman for Arrow, and there wasn't much said or much written by him that's truthful. I mean, there's people coming out of the woodwork, Chris Mullins and all these other people saying there's not any truth to what Sean Kirkpatrick wrote in his Arrow report. So, but we're out here trying to say, you know what? It's true. Everything is true. The government is lying to us. Now, I don't expect the government to come out and give information on everything pertaining to UAP UFO contact. Anything that's already given to in a special project program to a contractor through DARPA that's being reverse engineered. We're not going to hear about that. We're never going to hear about that. That's going to be out there and kept secret. But they at least can admit to us that we, the United States government, and maybe other countries, have had contacts with extraterrestrials. That would satisfy me, and I know it would satisfy almost everybody in this room.
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Tony.
Hey, Rick. I have always been curious about the term crash site. You see it a lot in different documents, unclassified documents or FOIAs. Sometimes it's not clear. I was wondering if there are different units and different terminology that you guys use in intelligence to delineate between normal, like normal crash sites and NHI crash sites, because sometimes it seems like they're sort of intermingled, or you not necessarily know the difference. Does that make sense? Like if you're reading a FOIA and it says, people will bring those forward, you don't know. It's not very clear whether the crashes, what the crashes actually are, or if there's different people dealing with them. If an F-35 crashes, is that the same crash crew, recovery crew that, you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. No, at least when I was in, and I think it's still today, because Grush and some others alluded to this. There's a special team that responds to crash sites of UAPs, and they're called the SDART, Special Down Aircraft Recovery Team. And so that was the same team when I was in, and I believe it's the same team now. That's going to be different from if a United States Air Force plane crashed somewhere. That's a different a team that would go to recover that. Now, I think the only difference, and I don't know that, I actually don't know the answer to this, but what if a UFO crashed into a conventional aircraft, such as a F-35 or F-22 or F-16, one of Air Force planes, and they both land in the same area? Then who goes out there? I don't know the question. I would suspect the SDART team, but that's interesting to think about. I was asked that question some time ago, and I don't know who would go out, if both teams would go out, but I'm sure it would be a highly classified recovery.
All right. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Larry. Larry, are you there? Go ahead, John Strader, and we'll jump back to Larry.
Thank you very much. Rick, Mr. Dodie, amazing space as usual. You have been killing it out here. I really appreciate you making yourself available to everyone on Twitter. I have two questions, so I'm gonna rip through them really quick. So the first one is, you had said you came out in 2004 as Rick Dodie and started going to conferences, but did you attend any UFO conferences in the 90s, kind of incognito under assumed name, or going on any UFO shows with your face blacked out and like voice changed, things like that?
Yes. Yes and no. Yes.
Okay. Were you Falcon?
No, I wasn't Falcon. No, absolutely not. Robert Collins was Falcon in that movie. You're talking about the 1980, whatever it was, 1988 or whatever movie that came out with
No,
what's his name from MASH is narrating it. Is that what the one you're talking about?
yes, you got it. That wasn't you? Okay.
No, it was Robert
All right, but
Collins.
you were lurking around 90s UFO conferences incognito, listening in, just hanging out, but
Absolutely.
not
I was at
okay.
the 1989 conference where Bill Moore made that dramatic speech. I was sitting the second row. I didn't know exactly what he was going to say, but yeah, I was there, and I attended several others during that time, but I never spoke, obviously, and very few people knew who I was. The only people that actually knew, I met Wendell Stevens before, and I met Robert Dean. So those two people knew me, and they kind of ushered me in and around, but they would never introduce me to anybody. I didn't go posing as a different person. but I just never identified myself to the audience.
Thank you.
I'm
Larry, are
back.
you there?
Yeah, thanks.
Oh,
Thanks.
great. Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you so much. I was dozing off, and I was waking up to your calling my name, and I was like, oh my God, it's too late. I can't come in now. Okay, Rick. Rick, my desire, I wanted to go back to Jay Just's question, which was, what is your motivation? And I was just curious to see, what is it that you want from disclosure? I'll tell you what I want. I want not just an admission. I mean, that'd be a great start that we're not alone. But I want that hardware. I want that free energy. Um, what do you want, Rick, from disclosure? What do you hope will change the world if you were to get the kind of disclosure that you want?
Good question, Larry. Now, I know, we've talked about this many times, him and I. We're friends. Larry and I are friends. Well, sort of friends, right, Larry? No. Anyways,
Absolutely, Rick. Absolutely.
I know. I want disclosure. I want the United States government to release every single piece of advanced technology that is not a weapon system or not doesn't jeopardize national security, that can help whatever, the environment or medicine, that can help people walk again on spinal cord injuries, or anything that can advance us as a human race in the technological area. I want everything released. Now, I understand I don't want the energy weapons or the magnetic energy pulse weapons and all that stuff we allegedly got from the aliens. And no, okay, let's just forget about that. But I'm sure there's a lot of stuff out there that the government right now, tomorrow, on Monday, can release to the public that won't hurt and jeopardize national security. And that's what I want, among everything. I mean, I have friends that are crippled, or one guy's blind in one eye, and all sorts of things, that maybe the extraterrestrials have provided us some sort of advanced medical information that can help these people. I know there's people out there working on that, and I want that stuff released that can help society.
Thanks for clarifying that, Rick. I wasn't aware that you went that far in what you want, and I really appreciate that answer. Let's go to the next hand.
Rick, just so you know, we have 9 more people in the lineup, and then you can let me know if you want to keep going after that. So we're going to have Kronos next, and then Brian, Thomas, J Just, Godhead, Shy Keenan, Nicole, Unconventional, and John. And after John, you can let me know if you want to wrap up. Kronos, go ahead.
Hi, Rick. Thank you. In your just a simple yes or no for this one, and then I've got another follow up real quick. In your past in the what is it, OSFI or OFSI, or in Earth Tech, were you ever like a trainer? Did you ever train other new recruits in counterespionage?
No. Well, in AFOSI, there were newer agents that came in, and I wouldn't actually be their trainer. I would be a system in doing their job and learning the trade, so to speak, but I wouldn't be classified as a trainer. And when I worked for the Institute for Advanced Studies, Dr. Putoff, I didn't supervise anybody. My direct supervisor was Dr. Putoff. I worked directly for him on projects within the lab, but no, I was never a trainer.
All right, thanks. And then the other question, kind of a follow up. What is your current business relationship or just relationship in general with Eric? I know that you guys seem pretty close. He'll lead you into questions or lead you into certain things. So just wondering.
We're friends. I'll leave it at that.
I can speak to Eric. I've known Eric since around 2014. So some of us have been around for quite some time in ufology. And so there's been a long-standing friendship with many of us, if that helps at all.
Yes, thanks, Vinny.
You're welcome. Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, Rick. How you doing?
Good, Brian.
Thank you. I first want to just advise a lot of listeners who are hell bent on trying to trick up Rick in catching him on something. I think that it's important to take things that he says and do the research yourself. If there's something of interest he says, go on your computer, tap a few keys for 10 minutes, go talk to somebody, try to corroborate something. It's not worthy of just one person saying something and then criticizing him if you don't believe him. I just wanted to say that. The other thing I wanted to ask, Rick, I don't think I've ever asked you this. I don't think I've ever heard your complete take on the Mill Lab phenomenon. I've spoken to quite a number of people who've had military abductions and taken to military facilities, and sometimes they describe people that look like they're in Air Force dress blues during the abduction. Are you aware of any program that was ever within that range of an operation? I know that, for instance, Jim Semivan has acknowledged it. Go right ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, Brian, I know of that program, but it's, as far as I know, it's still classified.
Thank you. Go ahead, Thomas.
Hi, Rick. Good to talk with you today. I heard you say, or I thought I heard you say, that when you were at the IG office, that someone there told you that there is a classified Condon report. And my question for you is, do you have a specific suggestion on how the public could file an FOIA request with a specific department or division in the government to see if we can get a copy of that report?
It's a good question, Thomas. Yes, there were a number of people. I'm repeating other people on the classified condom report. Wendell Stevens spoke about that many times. When he would be among people, that subject would come up. The condom when the condom report came up, Wendell will always say, "You talking about the unclassified one, right?" And people would say, "Yeah, the unclassified one. What is there?" And then Wendell would go on to a dissertation about the classified report that was only given to the air staff within the Air Force. So that's my take on the classified report. Now, later on, a certain colonel who is still alive talks about the classified condom report that was only given to certain people within the air staff. And the classified condom report, although don't quote me exactly on this, but what they said, and I'm listening to the conversation, is that it pertained to the classified part of Project Blue Book. So that's the explanation I can give you, Thomas, on the classified. I'm pretty sure that there is a classified, because the people that are talking about it would know. And though I wasn't around back in those days, but I think that there is probably one. Now, where would you find it? I know of the U.S. Air Force Historical Research Center at Maxwell Air Force Base. There is a special part of the library down there that contains, I'm not going to say classified, but sensitive documents that takes a lot to get access to. In fact, you can go into one room and there's somebody that stands over you while you get access to it. I'm sure you've been there, so you know how that works. But that's where I would start.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jay Just. Jay, are you there?
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry.
I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm hearing today, we're talking about stories today, and Whitley Strieber, who has an implant, says that he used to hear voices through his implant, and they used to help him with his stories. Now he doesn't hear them. And then there are some experiencers who are told that disclosure should happen. They believe they're told disclosure should happen, and they're kind of given a task to do it. Do you know anything about this, like a war between two different NHI? And what about future humans involved in all this? Is there anything about that? Can you comment?
No, I don't know anything about any wars between the two. I mean, I've listened to many people, Randy Kramer, talk about it, but I never had any information, never saw anything, any kind of classified documents to answer either one of those questions. I don't know.
What about like there were some, I don't know if I've asked you this before, but there were some theories about future humans and different timelines, and that this was part of the phenomena.
I know what Linda Howell has talked about, so I think that'd be a good question for her. But I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I wouldn't know anything about it.
Okay, go ahead, Godhead. Thank you.
Hey, thanks. Just wanted to say if anybody else is trying to put Rick on the ropes, give it a rest. We've heard enough of that today. And all this about physical evidence and whatnot. I would like to know if Rick has had a fantastic dream, some kind of visionary experience. Maybe the astral has pulled you at some point. And yeah, I'd love to hear a little detail about that. And then just if you, as a small follow up, do you consider astrology important? And would you let me do a free reading on you? Because I think you'd be a fascinating individual to have a look into it like that. Thank you.
Okay, dreams. There's one particular dream that I had many years ago that I still think about. I mean, well, I remember. I shouldn't say think about. I remember it, and it was a dream after I interviewed Myrna Hansen, and some out there know who she is. Myrna Hansen. She was the one that Dr. Hynek and Leo Sprinkle brought into the Benowitz case. And she was an abductee, and the government did a lot of things to prove or disprove her. But I was sitting in a room listening to her. There was actually another agent, one of our psychologists, who was interviewing her. I wasn't interviewing her. I was sitting in the room when she was being interviewed. She was relating her story, and she talked about laying on the table and seeing these vats of human embryos, she said. And that kind of struck me. I wasn't married back then. I didn't have children or anything like that. But I had a dream after that of me being in that table and these looking at these vats, but they didn't have embryos in them. They had aliens in them, and the aliens would jump out of these vats. And that's the only dream I can remember that had anything to do with my duties. Astrology. I've had two people try to read me, and it didn't work out very well. So I'm not necessarily a believer. I don't want to say that too loud because my wife is, and she's in another room. She is, but I mean, I read the chart for the day. I was born in February, so I'm an Aquarian, so I'll read what it says, but I don't know that what my chart said ever came true. So I'll just leave it at that.
It's the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Okay, Shakeen, go ahead.
I was just humming away that tune when you were saying it. Hi, Rick. Much respect. My head is lower than yours. I have a question. Is there someone in the field you would love to work with?
Is there someone in the field right now that I would love to work with?
Yeah, is there like a project you'd love to be on, or a person you'd still yet to meet or love to work with?
I'd probably love to work with, well, people that you wouldn't even know. There's a couple people that I've met that have unique abilities. Eric's one of them. I mean, he's a very brilliant person.
He's wonderful. Yes.
I've known him for a number of years. But there's another guy by the name of Charlie So, and Charlie is not known to everybody. He's probably one of the most brilliant computer whiz I've ever met. And he actually worked for me here as a researcher some years ago when I was writing a manuscript. And anytime I ask him and this is 4 or 5 years ago, anything I asked him about the computer, he knew. He could find things in there that I wouldn't have never thought that was in.
I love those techie heads. I do love them too.
Websites that were just full of information, and so he would be one, Charlie, and then and Eric. I think those two. There's a scientist that I knew, worked for Sandia National Laboratories. He retired now. I worked with him on a project out at Nevada Test Site many years ago, and he's a brilliant person. Has all sorts of words of wisdom to portray, and he's a fun guy. He's up there in age, but he would be another one.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks, Shai. Go ahead, Nicole.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Uh-oh. Trouble.
I know. Rick, oh my God. People ask so many good questions, like John and Brian and Tom and some others. So I actually have 2 questions, or maybe just a quick comment and then a question. But so I think it was John that got you to talk about UFO Live 88. And no, you're not the Falcon, you're the Sparrow. So you're the Sparrow. And then you mentioned that Bill Moore, you were at the conference that Bill Moore, Bill Moore did Bill Moore. And you were that close, and did he actually call you out by name in that conference? And then I was wondering, in my head, had Linda kind of exposed you at that point, but not by name as well, but she had sort of put some pressure on maybe outing you? And then I'll do my second question.
Yeah, she did. She did. And the 1989 convention with Bill had called me a few weeks before and said, "Are you going to the UFO convention?" I said, I might. He said, "I think you should go. I'm going to give a speech." And I said, "Oh, great, Bill, you're going to give a speech." Little did I know what he was going to talk about. And he didn't tell me what he was going to talk about. Well, but we got there the day before, both of us did. And we stayed at the same hotel. And so we had dinner that night, and he kind of alluded to what he was going to say, but certainly not in a descriptive way. He gave the lecture, but I said, "Well, why are you going to do this?" He said, "I want out. I want totally out of this." I said, "Well, you already are, Bill." He said, No, I want to put all the dots on the I's and cross all the T's. And I said, okay, whatever, Bill. So then we went there, and he went there, and he politely outed me. he didn't do it in a very and not in a derogatory way, but he did. I mean, if you go back and listen to this transcript of and it's online, and I think Tom has it, and but he said his piece, but what he said and how he said it upset 99% of everybody in that audience. They got
Oh,
up
I
and yelled
know.
and
Like that's
screamed.
when you do watch it, like you see people, like you said you were in the first 3 rows. Well, you see like the first 5 rows like jump up out of their seats. So, I mean, did anybody know you there enough to be like, oh my God, Rick, like turn to you and be like, because I know you said you kind of got out of there kind of quickly too, or you've told me that before.
Yeah,
But
I did. Wendell Stevens was, I think, the only one at that time that actually knew me. And he wasn't sitting right next to me. He was sitting some distance in front of me. Actually, the person that was there with me was my brother. And, but, I got up and left, and because I thought for sure they were going to find Bill and hang him.
it seems that way, like when you watch it, like people, and I think that's what people don't understand. Like we see these dramatics, or we hear these dramatics play out on Twitter Spaces even now today, but like back then, like for that to happen at a conference, like it was just kind of berserk. So I just wanted to parallel that maybe a little bit, like back then to now, like these sort of outing situations. But I think Linda's part was maybe a few months or even like a year before that had gone down, like where she was just kind of, I don't know, was
Yeah.
she silently like pointing the finger at you? Or I don't think she had a radio show at that time where she was like,
No, she
there's
didn't.
this OSI agent who's trying to get me to be an agent, and I turned him down. Like, I don't know how Linda was telling the story, but you hear it.
Yeah, she did. And I had, she came to a convention in Albuquerque, and I showed up, and her and I had I think we had how can I say it? A very, very face-to-face. Now, if you know Linda, she doesn't hold anything back. And I know you know her. And so she confronted me in a way that was partly for me to just stand there and shut my mouth and listen to her. And the other way, she wanted some kind of feedback. And I think we probably talked for a couple hours, at least a couple hours. And I think we kind of understood face to face. She, what? She never blamed anything directly on me. She blamed it
Right.
on
I mean,
the government. She never said Rick Dodie did this, like a lot of people here and other people say Dodie did this. Dodie. She says the government. You were just a messenger for the government, Rick. I know that, and I know you did your job. And she always would say that, but she didn't ever directly blame me. She blamed the government. And I said, I did what I was told to do, Linda. And I followed orders. And unfortunately, you were on the other side of it.
Was that conference, I think in my mind, that was like the first time she had actually got to see you face to face since you had taken her those documents. Is that?
No.
No.
I in '83, she came in. I told this story 1,000 times. I didn't even know what was in those documents till an hour before I showed them to her. And then my job was to maintain contact with her, trying to recruit her. And so our contact.
So you had seen her face to face, like trying to maintain that contact. Okay. But then I guess to round that out, once she wasn't going to become like I want to say double agent, but I know that's wrong. Once she wasn't going to become like an informant, that's when you guys kind of broke contact. And then later she was able to piece things more together and be like, Rick Dodie was also doing other things at this time. So I think if that's how my timeline is working out with this. And actually, I've never met Linda. I just know her through Grant and some other people, but I've never had the pleasure of the one-on-one with Linda. So
well, that's an
I can't wait.
experience.
Rick, hey Rick, can I make a quick comment?
Yeah.
I
Too much
got to meet
time.
Linda. I got to hang out with Linda at the Super Bowl at what was it called? The Snowfest, some alien Snowfest up there in Bear Lake or Big Bear, whatever it was. And she's very delightful, very positive. I ran into her again recently in Sedona. She's very, very polite, very positive. However, and I'm not going to say what it is. I'm not going to try to drop any bombs here, so don't worry, Rick. But, there's even things about Linda that may or may not be told one day that a lot of people might be surprised about. I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent.
I
Well,
think it's
yeah, there's
important
always
to
that side of the
remember.
person that people I know of her and others don't. And I would never come out and say anything. She's one of the best UFO researchers out there. I mean, she's really, really good at what she does.
And she was directly asked
And
about
what?
this on Kurt Jaimungal's show, and I think her answer was pretty clear that intelligence officers do what intelligence officers are told to do. So she said that herself. If anybody wants to watch that, we
That's
do
very
have
true.
Unconventional and
Yeah.
John
Thank you.
and Lou waiting.
Hey,
Go ahead, Unconventional.
thank you. Thank you. So, Rick, that's your boy again from the Ivory Coast. I'm back with my last question. That's a follow up to my first question. So, since everyone, I mean, the believers and the skeptics, both agree on one thing, and that one thing is that the government knows the truth, right? So, but then only one group of these two refuse to accept the government finding or conclusion on the topic when he says there's no evidence of alien or NHI anywhere so far. So I feel like the believers have made up their mind already, regardless of what the government gonna say, unless it says what they believe in, which is the existence of NHI or alien. Even if there's no evidence shown, it doesn't matter. I feel like they just want the government to say alien exists. Because anything else the government would say, they would say the government is lying. But at the same time, it's contradictory to say that only the government knows the truth. But the same entity that we claim that knows the truth, we're refusing the finding. So I'm confused. So what should the government do at the end of the day? Say they exist and show us nothing, and that's it? Because we have Arrow, we have all these people that are in the position of finding out the truth. Like people like Elon Musk, people like the president. These people are in the position of knowing, but all of them said the same thing so far.
Yeah, well,
But yet the believers refuse to believe that. So it's like they made up their mind regardless of what the government has to say, unless the government is saying what they want to hear, which is the existence of alien. Whether the government show them anything or not, it doesn't matter. That's what I feel, and I think that's kind of I don't know if I should say unfair or I mean it's weird to me. I mean it's not logic. There's no logic in that. If I say I believe you, but then you say something that I don't want, then I'll say I don't believe that you're lying because I want you to say a specific thing. You know what I mean? Any comment
yeah,
on that?
sure, certainly. First of all, there are this is Rick Dodie talking, not anybody else, what I consider true believers, and there are people out there who are born skeptics, and I don't have any problems with skeptics. But then there are people out there that want to disrupt the true believers, distort them. And I actually know, and I know this for a fact, that some of these people that are criticizing me are in fact working for the government. They want to disinform or discredit me because I'm putting out something that the government doesn't want to hear. Number one, there's two people out there that I know for a fact, and I've confronted both of them. And also, regardless of what the government said, the government could come out tomorrow. President Biden could come out and say, you know what, people, UFOs or UAPs are real, and we've had contact with extraterrestrials. Thank you and goodbye, and walk away. And there would be a number of people that would immediately criticize the president for saying what he said. Oh, I don't believe that guy. He's probably crazy, or he's too old, or I mean, you can't satisfy everyone, and I've never tried to. I have a hell of a fan base with Gaia and the other things that I do, and those are people that believe, not necessarily believe in me, but believe in the message, believe the fact, not just Rick Dodie, but look on the internet, go through your research, and find that there's I would say thousands of pieces of paper out there that can prove that the subject is real. And you just have to do this. You
But
have to just do this on your own and get this stuff and listen to what read it and listen to what other people are saying.
But do you agree with me that it's harder to prove that the existence of alien than to prove that they don't exist?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, exactly. Because people say, show me the alien, show me the extraterrestrial craft. I want to see it. Bring it to my house. Park it
But the
outside
same,
of my.
yeah, but at the same, no, but not that, not bring it to your house. I hope not. But but at the same time, don't you think it's kind of fair? It's more human to or logic to ask for this type of proof because we're human beings. You know, if I say a cow exists, you know, I will show you a picture of a cow or you know some interaction with a cow. You know what I mean? Like for you to believe me, that's human nature, I think.
Yeah.
Unless it's a religion, then that's different. You know, people that believe in God haven't seen God.
Right.
You know what
Yeah,
I
good
mean?
point. Good point.
Unless then this topic is some sort of religion. I'm not saying that is, but if it is, then in that case, hey, by all means, the believers to each their belief. You know what I mean? They don't
Hey,
have
brother,
to show any proof of anything.
not to cut you off. We got a lot of hands up, but we
All right, sorry.
appreciate your
Thank you, guys.
contribution. You've
All
been a
right.
great contributor. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, John. Thanks for waiting. Thanks, Eric.
No problems. What a great space. Okay, so thank you, Nicole, for following up on my last question. I had two, and I didn't get to ask the second one. So here's my second question. So, Rick, as you know, many people in the government who work within these programs and even members of your advanced working group had personal experiences with the phenomena, you know. Now, so did you ever have any sort of personal experiences with NTI or sightings, anything, beings inside or outside of your Air Force experience?
The only experience I ever had was before I was just a kid. I was about 14 years old, and my brother and I and my dad were camping at a place called Wanakina Lake up in upstate New York. And we were camping, fishing, and my brother and I were down by the lake, and we had caught some fish, and we were cleaning the fish, and it was dusk. You know, this is summertime, so it was late, probably 9 o'clock or something. And we saw something in the sky. And my brother was the UFO nut in the family, so to speak. My dad would call him. He was the one that would read True magazines, the George Adamski books, and so forth. So he was a believer. And he's 4 years older than me. And he said, "Oh, look, Dick." And back then, everybody called me Dick. He said, there it is, a flying saucer. And I look up, and this thing was doing all sorts of strange things in the sky. And it wasn't that high up in the sky. And I watched it and watched it and watched it. And he said, "Don't move." And so John took off and went over to get my dad. And by the time my dad came down, things disappeared. So I don't know what it was. We explained. My dad said, "Well, could be just a plane." We were close to Griffiths Air Force Base, maybe something from there. That's really the only time I've ever had any sightings prior to entering government service. Now, I saw things out at Area 51 that was flying. My partner, my other OSI agent partner, and I, we had some things to do at night. We were outside the test range. We were coming back from Beatty, and we were going through the South Gate, and we were driving up to go back to the cantonment area at Area 51, and we saw this thing, and we were inside the test range at this time, and we saw this strange light going straight up in the sky, almost like a laser beam. So we pulled the Jeep over. We were in a CJ7 Jeep. That's what all the OSI drove out there back then. And we just stopped. I thought, what the heck could that be? And he said, we were talking back a laser or some testing of some kind of weapon or something. And we watched and watched and watched and watched. And we were out there for probably an hour and a half, just watching this strange thing. I don't know what it was. It would go way up in the eye and come back. It'd go way up in the sky and come back. And it wouldn't go to the ground. Of course, we were miles away from it. But then there would be a ball formed, some kind of ball, and the ball would spin. And so when we got back, of course, the next day we went to work, and I was dying to know what that was. I just, I asked around, but nobody wanted to tell me. I went over to the flight security office, and I was asking the flight security guys. I said, "Hey, I'm OSI. What was flying out in a southern range last night?" And they'd say, "Classified." Okay, thank you. So what it was, I don't know, but that's something that was fascinating to watch, but I don't know if it was ours or theirs.
Well, thank you so much for all of your time answering all of our questions. And I, for one, cannot wait for the Dodie book. I'll be the first one in line.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Go ahead, B.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Dodie, for this space. I'm sorry if this question has ever been asked before, but I simply have to get your feedback on the record. There's been mounting evidence that we have our own assets that are enforcing a narrative upon the populace. Everything from your job at AFOSI to use aliens as a cover to valet finding the CIA documents that he published in his Forbidden Science, Volume 4, about our guys imitating alien abductions in Southern America, to John Alexander's professions of alien abductions being implanted into the minds of people. I would love to know where we can learn more about that and where you feel that it lays a part in all of this.
Well, let me say this, and I've said this before. It's not a revelation, but there was a couple incidents whereby the government, I'm not going to say necessarily OSI because there was a lot of other government entities involved in this, posed an abduction to fool somebody into thinking they were being abducted by aliens in order to extract a particular information out of that particular person. That has happened. I wasn't directly involved, but I knew of it. I was involved, but not directly involved. It was my operation. It was somebody else's. And they brought special people in for the 7602nd Air Intel Wing, the real men in black, so to speak, to facilitate this this operation. I know of that case, and I know of another case, but I was never around. The other case happened in around Washington D.C. area, and I just heard about it. So those are the only two cases, and I know John Alexander knows on one of them, and that's why he spoke up. But it wasn't anything to do with anything. Well, it was an espionage operation, and they were trying to extract something from a spy, somebody that was in the Air Force spying for the Soviet Union. So that's the case that I was talking about. So
Thanks, Rick. Go ahead, Lou.
Okay. Oh, gosh, what do I want to ask Rick Dodie? There's so many questions. Rick, in your opinion, who is the worst person that people should be very wary of in the UFO community that you know is 100% full of it?
One person.
Yep. Other
Well,
than,
that
you
person.
said Corey Good, and you said, I think, David Wilcock. Is there anybody outside of that, like somebody who's active in the community right now, where you're like, gosh, man, that's just really bad information? And even at some point, I think that would send some people down some pretty scary rabbit holes that just end in, wasting money or precious time. Is there anyone out there like that that you would warn the community against?
Well, there's a William Pullen. He spreads. He's a Phil Class. Everybody lies. Nobody in the world can tell the truth. Only William Pullen.
What about
Blue and Grush and me and Dr. Putoff and Eric. Well, everybody's telling a lie. He's the only one in the world who can tell the truth. So I'd say him. There's a German guy. That I'm not even going to say his name, but there's a guy in Germany that doesn't necessarily call me a liar, but he calls the United States government a liar. He thinks that the entire UAP phenomena was created by the government to facilitate all these other weird world events. I think he's psychologically deranged. I had conversations with him before. And so I think people like that, but I'm not going to say anything other than what I just said about people.
Thank you, Rick. Go ahead, Dr. Oliver.
Thank you very much. Hi, Rick. I think what I wanted to ask
Wait, I had a
was,
follow-up question. I'm sorry. Everybody else has got like little follow-ups.
Okay, far away. I'll just mute myself for a sec.
Okay, thanks, Rick. I don't know why I got kicked out.
We're cycling speakers. You didn't
No,
get
I know, but
down.
you're only
We're cycling speakers, and people have had their hands up for a very, very
but you're
long
only.
time. So please be respectful of the space. Go ahead, Dr. Oliver. Sorry you got cut off.
Okay, not to worry. I was just going to ask you, Rick. I've just been reflecting on the state of the topic at the moment. We're sort of nearing the halfway point of 2024, and it just feels a very, very different situation to where we were, say, about June last year, when the Grush revelations had come out. There was this sense of momentum, tracking back about 6 years from the New York Times article, etc., etc. I'm not the only one who said it. I mean, loads of people have said it, that ever since the Arrow report came out, it just seems to have sucked all the oxygen out of this topic, especially in mainstream media. Not for us, perhaps, but it does feel like. Well, what I suppose I'm asking you is, what do you think, if anything, is going to shift the needle back towards a consensus of taking this topic seriously? Because it does feel like we're on the verge of this being pushed back into like a sort of a fringe community of ufologists like us, and the mainstream, a sense of stigma reasserting itself with the mainstream. What are your thoughts about that? Is there anything that you think at all can shift that needle back to where it was last year? Hi, can you hear me?
Sorry about that. Things change. I didn't realize I was muted. Things change. We're halfway through the year, and there's so much information that has been put out, not so much by the government, but by places like this and others, some that supports phenomena, disclosure, and some that doesn't. There's active deception operations going on within the government. I can guarantee you that DIA and probably CIA and probably AFOSI has active deceptions to keep secrets secret. And so, and that's going to continue. That's going to continue. And as I said, there are people in these spaces and in chat rooms that have a mission to do because they're working for the government, disinform or discredit people that speak up. And that confuses people that are new to this, new to the phenomena, people that, and there were a few here, and I get emails all the time. I get a lot of emails. I get, 80, 90 a day. And yesterday, well, as of right now, I got 266. Anyways, and they want to know more. They say, hey, listen, your name comes up. We want to know this. We want to know that. I try to answer every single email, but there's people out there that has distorted views of the subject of disclosure because they really don't know much about it, except for what's on the internet or what ARO is publishing, which is, as we all know, lies. And so when is this going to change? I think it's going to change when we have more hearings. Our advanced working group is more aligned to the Senate than we are to the House of Representatives. And we want hearings to take place. We want real certified whistleblowers to come in and talk about their experiences and what happened to them. The ones that actually had hands-on experience with a craft at a crash site, or putting an alien body in a body bag, or seeing something shot down and going up to it. And those are the whistleblowers that we want to hear. I know you want to hear, I want to hear, the public wants to hear. And until that is done, this is going to go on and on and on. And, one segment's going to say there's nothing to it. The other segment's going to say there's too much evidence to point towards some kind of UAP or UFO or ET phenomena.
Thanks, Rick. Just to reset so everybody knows where they're at, we've got James Affleck up, then Nicole, then UFO Mean Girls, Lou, and then I think it's Snoqualmie Wah. Go ahead, James Affleck.
Hi, thanks for doing the space. I was wondering, Rick, if you know anything about the kind of people that would be read into the reverse engineering program, like going back from when it started, really. Like, would you have like the original members of the Manhattan Project read in, like von Neumann, Feynman, Oppenheimer, those kinds of people? And then also, how would they replenish that talent pool going forward? Like, would they have to recruit straight out of colleges, or would they look at professors from colleges and that kind of thing? That's what I wanted to know.
Oh, that's a good question. Excellent question. I've never been read in any kind of program where we got these scientists from. I think when I worked for Dr. Puthoff, the DARPA would sought out companies that had the expertise. So those people were somehow already either interested in the program or read into the program in some way that I wouldn't have known how they did. But these companies that are getting these contracts, these billion-dollar contracts through DARPA to reverse engineer something, they have the experience. But where that pool comes out of, that's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just wondering because it's easy to get high-level intel guys that are already cleared. It's easy to get kinetic guys for crash retrievals from special forces, but scientists are special, and there's not that many super high-level PhD theoretical physicists, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers that you can draw from in a secretive way. So I'd like to know. But yeah, that was
well. Yeah, you look at Lockheed Martin. I mean, they got like a $38 billion contract with the government. Boeing, $22 billion. Northrop Grumman, $28 billion. They just got a boost because of the B-21. Raytheon, General Dynamics, L3Harris, United Technologies, and the list goes on and on and on. And so these people are getting these massive contracts, and some of that is not UFO related, but a lot of it is special access programs or sensitive compartment information pertaining to reverse engineering. But where are those companies getting these qualified people to work on it? That's, I never thought of that, but that's a very, very good question.
Thank you. That's all.
Thanks. Hey, Nicole, is it okay if I let UFO Mean Girls and Snoqualmie, Washington jump ahead just because they haven't had a chance to ask Rick a question yet? Go ahead, UFO Mean Girls.
Hey, Rick. Thanks for your time. Thanks for hosting this space. I'm a little late to the party, so this might have been covered. But I would like to know.
Your mic's not working. Are you speaking?
Can you hear me?
Can't hear anybody.
Why don't you try coming back because you're really breaking up. Go ahead, Snoqualmie.
Hi, this is the first time I've spoken in a space, and thank you, Rick, for being here and answering these questions. Can you confirm whether Eisenhower, and for that matter, any other presidents, have met with ETs? Because even on Gaia's website, there's information about Eisenhower meeting at least once, but maybe 3 times, and making treaties.
Well, I don't have any personal knowledge. Obviously, I wasn't around back in those days, but I've never seen any or read anything in any classified or unclassified documents during my time that would indicate that the United States government had contact with extraterrestrials, president-wise. Now, what I do know, I'm almost positive of this, that we have extraterrestrials working with us. And I told a story before about J-Rod out at Area 51. I think we probably have more than one species working with us. Now, whether we have treaties with them, I don't know.
Thanks, Rick. UFO Mean Girls, do you want to try your mic again?
Yeah, hi. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Thanks. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I can hear you.
Great. All right. I'm gonna try and be UFO nice girls today. Rick, thank you for this space. Thanks for taking all these questions today. I'm a little late to the party, so
I'm not hearing you. Is anybody else hearing them?
I'm hearing him.
I hear him. He's going to be nice. So go ahead.
yeah. So I'm a little late to the party. I'm not sure if this has been addressed before, but why does it seem to be that what is the deal between you and Jason Sands, and where the beef is coming from? And I know he's got some things that you don't agree with. I believe he said that OSI agents would not get the report at Nellis for a UFO incident, and et cetera, et cetera. What's your overall take on him, and where's the disconnect coming from?
Okay, I think we beat this to death 1,000 different times, but the only thing I can say is that AFOSI, and I gave a whole presentation at the beginning of this about what AFOSI and the Special Projects Branch does. They're responsible for every single special projects, every single sensitive compartment and information operations in the Air Force. They're in charge of protecting it, the counterintelligence within the counterintelligence realm of the Special Projects Branch. Master Sergeant Sands, and first of all, I want to thank him for his 22 years of service to his country. He served honorably in the United States Air Force for 22 years. That's a long time. And he attained a rank of Master Sergeant, which is two down from the top enlisted person in the Air Force. He had a good, distinguished career, but his story about going into the Nellis Test and Training Range on an operation and setting up and then having contact with a crashed UFO and an extraterrestrial, and then later debriefed. Well, we know, not Rick Dodie, but we know, a lot of people out there know who the two OSI agents were that were stationed out there in the 90s when this allegedly happened. And when that story came out, they jumped out of their shoes basically to inform people within intelligence and within certain groups that never happened. They would have been the one that did the briefing or debriefing. They would have, not some other entity out there that people would make up. Like, yeah, the Truth Fairy was there too, I guess. So that's the problem I have, and not just me. It's other people within the community has that same problem. That OSI would have taken the report and did the debriefing, and the two agents that were out there at the time said never happened. So that's the beef. That's the only beef. It's not me. It's those guys that are currently within the intelligence community, those two OSI agents. They're working for an intelligence entity, a 3-letter agency, but they came out and told a lot of different people that didn't happen. So that's the beef.
Thanks, Rick. And just to let everybody know, I'm not kicking you out of the room. I'm just recycling. So if you get removed, feel free to ask again. And when there's a space, I'll let you back up. Go ahead, Nicole.
Hi, thanks everybody. Thanks for the room again. I'm gonna bounce off kind of some stuff you said before, Rick. I really liked what you said about what you think like disclosure could accomplish, and in the scope of like pushing out things that could end up in like the medical field or the environmental, sciences. That sort of echoes what like for instance Hal Puthoff at Soul gave sort of a after or between lectures sort of chat, and he talked about knowing about patents or emerging tech like somewhere, like I think he said in the thousands, like potentially 1,000 different ways that disclosure could be good for humanity. And that also sort of echoes what I call the Lou crew was kind of saying when they were going around talking about how important San Marino was. And so I was just wondering if you're sort of on the inside enough to know of maybe sort of more specifics. Is that related to like your time at NIDS and maybe stuff that you worked for under Hal that maybe Lou Elizondo and company had the privilege of looking into later under like OSAP or ATIP, that, or even the umbrella of TTSA later, if you know what I'm saying? Like, do you really think it's like that amount of tech, like based on what you know, or is it really emerging, or do you think it's still like buried deep within the shelves of, only gets out like every 10 years?
Well, good question. I'm glad Dr. Puthoff brought that up first, because if I said it, people say, "Oh, where did you get that from?" Well, no, there's fact right now. There was a person within the Army acquisition, or DOD, excuse me, acquisitions bureau that told a person that the United States military has a whole fleet of vehicles right now that doesn't operate on fossil fuels. It operates on a new advanced fuel system that doesn't harm the environment one bit. So that's one question. I know there's some people talking about hydrogen, that there's a bunch of military vehicles that are using hydrogen. Some guy posted something right here on X, I don't know, a while back, saying something about he got onto a military base and he saw that these vehicles were all hydrogen vehicles. Maybe that's it, but I don't know what the fuel is. But that's just one There's technology that we're getting that the military gets. Now, normally, in my time the military got new technology probably 5 to 10 years before it filtered out to the public. In fact, I tell people that in 1980, I got a laptop computer. I did, a laptop computer. And when did they come out? About 10 years later. So they're out there. And when DARPA develops something that's advanced, the military normally gets it first before, unless it's weapons related, obviously. And so, yes, there are probably thousands of things out there that could be released tomorrow. And some of them I've seen and knew about before. And these things could help society. There's apparently and I don't even know if I want to go into this, but not a lot of details, but apparently there are a couple soldiers that were injured in, I'm not sure it was Iraq or Afghanistan, that had spinal cord injuries, but there was some treatment, and I don't know where the treatment came from, that allowed those soldiers to walk again. Now, the rumor within a certain group of people is that came from the extraterrestrials. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just telling you that if these things are in fact true, we have the technology that were given to us by the extraterrestrials, one species or the other, and they can help society. God, bring it out. Let society have it. Give it to companies that can manufacture it and duplicate it and put it out so every human being can have these things to better society, whether it's environmental or health related, or maybe some kind of new appliance that doesn't operate on electricity.
Thanks, Rick. Hey, Lou, thanks for being patient with me. Go ahead. Lou, you there?
Yeah. Sorry,
Okay,
thanks.
all right, you got it.
Yeah. I'm just, I appreciate, rotating everybody out and stuff. I totally get it. I just want,
Thank you.
there are some folks who weren't being rotated out, so I just thank you for clearing that up. Rick, I have some really great military buddies that are also experiencers, and I think honestly one of the best things that you could do, and if you are interested in this, I would love to set it up, where we do an open space like this or an interview with these other military guys, one of them being former Air Force, and try and pick at you as much as we can so we can get as much foilable things to verify some of the things you're saying, because I think that's the biggest thing is people want verification. I think at least for me in this field, I'm kind of done with trust me bro. Like I don't want to do any more trust me bros in this conversation. And the thing with, I don't want to say the thing with you, Rick, because I don't want to offend you, but it's a lot of trust me, bro. This is real. And all of the documents that are publicly out there, unfortunately, aren't any smoking guns. And that's what the community needs is a smoking gun. So would you be down to just have some real military guys that are also incredibly good at FOIAing things to
As your Twitter handler, Rick, I would say that you'll need to consult with me first on that one.
Okay.
I mean,
I've done this before.
Why is the truth? The truth shouldn't be afraid of these questions, right?
No. But we did this a long
The
time
trolls
ago.
trying to get at the truth would be a problem. We want to avoid trolls. That's what we're trying to do here.
We did this a long time ago, about a year and a half ago. We did this in a podcast where I listed and I got the stuff from Charlie, the guy I mentioned earlier. I think he gave me, I don't know how many websites. Just go to those websites, and we listed those websites, and they were out there.
I'm aware of the websites, but again, out of all of the websites, out of all of that stuff, there's been nothing yet that has come out as a smoking gun. And that's, again, that's kind of what we're looking for. So clearly the stuff that you went over a year ago hasn't been good enough to move the needle, right? So I think we just need to start over and try again. And, Clint, like, I think I've had at least a few spaces here in the last couple of weeks with you where I think you know where I'm coming from, and we're not here to troll Rick. And just one last question: where'd you get Ricky Ticky from? Is there a story behind that?
Well, first of all, let me tell you that that's your opinion that there's nothing out there, but there's many other people out there that would say there's a conglomerate of information out there.
Okay,
That
so
doesn't
what's
necessarily
the
talk about
one
me.
best thing? What's the one
No,
piece?
not necessarily talk about me or what I said, but what other people, Grush and Lou and other people have said. There's tons of information out there, and I'm not going to do your research for you.
No,
There's
I
other
know,
people that are better
but the thing
than
is,
I
Rick,
am
is
and other people.
I know, Rick, but I've had Elizondo on my show 7 times, and I don't know if you know my backstory, but he manipulated the fuck out of me. He used the fuck out of me, Rick. And so, like, again, I'm not trying to cast doubt. I'm trying to get to the core of this. And unfortunately, none of that data is a smoking gun. And if it is, can you point me to the best piece of evidence that 100% confirms this, that's out there right now in the public domain?
Somebody shut him off? I can't hear him.
He wanted to
No,
know if there
yeah,
was.
yeah.
He
Well,
wanted to
okay,
know.
so I'll say it again. Can you hear me, Rick?
No, yeah. Just make it brief, though, Lou,
No,
please.
Well,
Rick, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
okay.
I
Yeah, we
was
hear
I
you.
was telling you just quickly, as quickly as I can. I know time's valuable. I had Lou Elizondo on my show 7 times, including his father. He manipulated and used me like really badly. He blackmailed me for an apology. And so the reason why I'm asking these questions is because I want the truth just as badly as anyone. And so the question is, like, what is the best piece of evidence that you can point to that is in the public domain that is the smoking gun that what you're saying is true?
Well, first of all, Lou's a counterintelligence officer. Remember that, and he's pretty good at it. I was
Right, I
probably
know,
like
but
that in the old days.
no, I get it, but like,
Okay. I'm going to tell you. Okay. All right. We heard enough. Go out and buy the Blue Planet Project trilogy. And it's not me saying this, but there are about.
Is that a movie?
No, it's a book.
Can you
Okay.
spell the last word? Project
The
what?
Blue Planet Project trilogy. Trilogy. It's
Thank you.
there's 3 books in one. One's a Blue Planet Project, Alien Life Forms. The second one, Blue Planet Project, Lost Chapters, and the next one is Blue Planet Project, Conspiracy. This thing was a banned. It was written by Gil Carlson. It was banned. He was trying to publish it for several years, and it was banned, but it got published, and it contains literally, and I'm not exaggerating, and it's not me saying, but hundreds of pages of information that would be normally classified. Just read that. All right, move on. Whoever's
Okay,
next.
I've recycled some speakers, so y'all don't get mad at me. Okay, Jay Jess, go ahead. Thanks for waiting. Jay Jess, can you hear me?
Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I was just posting. So you touched on the fact that there's people in our chat rooms and on Twitter who are sent to confuse and cause problems.
Is somebody talking?
I'm thinking Jay Jess, but I cannot.
Yeah, Jay, yes, I hear her, but
I can't hear.
Jay
Jay
Jess,
just
will you
asked.
drop down
Okay,
and come back up, Jay Jess? We can't hear you.
yeah, no problem.
Okay, let's jump over to James Affleck real quick.
Oh, hi, just another thing I remembered. Do you know anything about a group called the Nassau Group that seems to operate out of Bahamas? I think Tim Taylor from NASA was part of it, and also Thomas Townsend Brown. Do you know anything about that group?
No.
Or have you seen it on documents or anything?
No, never heard of them.
Ah, okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Jay Just.
Rick, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you great.
I hear you now.
Okay. So you touched on the fact that there are people in spaces and on the app who are sent here to cause problems. I mean, we've experienced a lot of turmoil in our spaces, but I'm wondering, how do you spot them? Like, how do you know who's who and what's what? And are we on any lists?
I'm sure everybody. Well, first of all, there are people that come in here. As you know, you can listen anonymously, but there's a way somebody informed me how to figure out who they are, and I'm sure there's a lot of people in the room knows how to do that. And then secondly, there's people that just come out here and you know list their names or their screen names, and there's people that I know from other contacts who they are, and some of them are my friends. There's friends and people in here that are my friends that I've known, worked with. So I know who they are, and they are here to monitor. And a couple of them, like I'm looking now if they're still there. Yep, 1, 2. Yeah, there's 3 of them here that work for the intelligence community. One works for AFOSI special projects. One works for DIA, and one works for another agency. Now, there's nothing wrong with them coming in and listening, but they're listening to everything everybody's saying, and it's public forum. So, yeah, they listen, and maybe they know who you are or somebody else. And then there's people that come in here that I'm sure that asks the gotcha questions or try to discredit me because they're actually working for an intelligence community that doesn't want the word out there. They don't want Richard Dodie to talk about an incident that happened someplace, or Richard Dodie to talk about this or that. They don't want me to. And those are the people that I will call out and identify. But the people come in here, anybody can welcome. I set it up for anybody. I didn't set it up for only my friends or the people I follow. I think you can do that, but I don't do that.
Right,
So they're the ones you got to be worried about.
But how do you spot like an obvious person who's like, I mean, there's people who will lurk and not say anything. And then there's people who participate, but like, how do you know who's good, who's bad? Like, is there any telltale signs, any operations that you can, like typical operational tactics that you can spot?
I think how questions are worded, to me, when we let somebody talk, identify them as a plant, somebody disinform, that I could figure out because of how they worded the question, or they bring up things about security procedures that would fool you and others, but it wouldn't fool me. I mean, I worked in that thing, all that. Nothing really has changed. There's some special access programs, names and identifiable things that have changed over the years, but they're all basically the same. You could go to Title 32, a Code of Federal Regulation, that dictates exactly how the security system is set up in the United States government. And although I don't know every single paragraph, but in there it talks about the Department of Defense industrial security regulation 5200.1. That dictates security, it's classification of documents and things like that. I know all that, but when they come in and say something trying to trick me or got you, that's how I can identify them.
I
So,
think this may be an example of that. I don't know. There was a question that was sent in, Rick. This person was having difficulty getting the mic. Their name is Dr. T. And this is the question that they're asking. If you were a witness to that recovery program, you'll surely know its name. And given that you are no longer an NDA, then you'd have no problem identifying it. So we can begin a FOIA request. Could you please provide that name? I think they're wanting the name of the program for the FOIA request, if I'm understanding that correctly. Hopefully I am.
Well, what they're saying
I
it's
don't know, Rick.
classified.
I'm just reading.
Oh, okay. No, they can go and do it themselves. I'm not going to do their work for them. I mean, it's whatever. I'm not going to.
It sounds like what they're asking you is, was there a name for the crash recovery program that you worked on, and are you willing to give it so that they have a pinpoint to kind of start the FOIA?
Well, there were more than one, and so I'm not going to,
Hey, sorry guys for
Okay,
disturbing,
so the
yeah,
next
but
person in line,
there are few
the next
people.
person in line to speak, do not speak over me,
Yeah,
thank you. The
I'm really
next
sorry.
person in line to speak is Spoofy. Thanks for being patient. Go ahead, Spoofy, and take the mic.
Hi, I want to ask a question from anyone here. Is
Spoofy,
there
are you
any
there?
information, can you hear me? Is there any information on fifth dimensional entities?
Is anyone hearing Spoofy talk, or am I the one having mic problems?
I hear him.
You do hear him. Okay, thank you.
Any information on fifth dimensional entities? And
I
any
can't hear
program?
anybody. Somebody talking? I can't hear them.
Yeah, I'm not hearing Spoofy. Drop down and come back up, and we'll jump over to you, Fred. Thanks for waiting.
Thanks, Rick. In terms of something you've personally experienced or believe is true from what you've read or done in your career, what would be the most disturbing or shocking thing that you've come across? The thing that sort of just knocked your socks off?
Abductions. I was never briefed into abductions initially, so I didn't know anything about abductions during the time after I received the initial briefing on our United States government involvement with extraterrestrials. And then later on, I started getting cases involving abductions, and we didn't have anybody at the OSI office there at Kirtland or Area 51 that had anything to do with the abductions. They knew as much as I did about them. And of course, when somebody comes in and says this to me, and I hadn't been briefed into it, you doubt him. And that's the worst thing you can do on legitimate abductions, is doubting them, thinking, they're crazy. They're talking about aliens came in her bedroom last night and took them. So, but when I got involved, when I was briefed into it after the Myrna Hansen case, the story is I hadn't been briefed yet, and I sent up a report to headquarters regarding the Myrna Hansen. It's just an initial report. There wasn't any real a lot of details in it, but there were so many things that was idiosyncrasies in her story and what really we knew about that I figured that headquarters wants to know about it. And 4 or 5 days later, two people from the Defense Intelligence Agency comes to Kirtland, and they're outside. We're in a secure facility there, and the guards have to let them in, and they come up and wanting to talk to me, and they had these credentials and things, and then we get a droplet, it's called, and we get a teletype from their headquarters to our teletype machine saying, so and so is coming down, they have clearances and so forth. So we know that they're cleared. Anyway, they come into my office and they introduce themselves, and they said, yeah, we're here to talk about this report that you sent up on this abductee, Myrna Hansen. I said, oh, okay. I said, yeah, what do you guys want to know about it? He said, well, we're from that desk, and we need more information. I said, what desk? He said, the abduction desk. And I said, DIA has an abduction desk? He said, yeah. Oh, he said, you're not briefed into the program. And he mentioned the program's name. And I said, no, I'm not. So, okay, can't talk to you. We got to get you briefed. And so I eventually got briefed into the program. And then now I realized then that there was more to this abduction than just disbelieving people. If we have people that are specializes in that up in Washington, D.C., damn, this is a real phenomena. So that would be the startling listening to these poor people. I mean, not poor people, but these unfortunate people that are being abducted. And right at that time, we were dealing almost exclusively with military people, except for Myrna Hansen. She wasn't, but she had a connection because she was claiming she was being abducted and taken out to Kirtland Air Force Base. So that's the connection that we justified in investigating that case.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And for the people out there that there's a form, sensitive compartmented information debriefing memorandum. It's DD form 1848. That is the form that we sign when we're being debriefed. And there's all the projects names are in above, and then you swear that you sign saying that you were debriefed or briefed. It can go either way. So that's the form. It's not the 86 form that one guy said. It's DD form 1848, and that's the form that I had to sign. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks, Rick. Okay, go ahead, Scotty. Thank you for waiting.
Good evening. I'm not a troll, I'm a real person. And if there is somebody listening in these realms of intelligence, then you'll probably know exactly who I am. I can read the Egyptian language. I can also read cuneiform.
Okay, I can't. Is somebody talking? I can't hear him.
Yes, Scotty, you want to drop down and come back up? Rick can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Rick, can you hear Scotty?
No, I didn't hear anybody. But you, I
Okay,
hear
Scotty,
you.
drop down. Okay, Scotty, remove yourself from speaker and jump back up. And in the meantime, we'll go to the man in the shadows. The man in the shadows, are you there?
Yes, I can hear you.
Rick, can you hear him?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay, great.
So you said that you were doing that form and you signed it. What exactly what can you say exactly as far as that form goes?
What form?
For the yep, the other form you were talking about, the 86 or the 19s.
The form.
Yep,
the
yes,
form.
yes.
Oh, the form. Okay.
Sorry about
that. The title of the form is Sensitive Compartmented Information Debriefing Memorandum.
Correct.
It reads, this memorandum records the fact that I was debriefed on a date on the following sensitive compartmented information special access programs. And it says list only of the underclassified ones. And there's a list of things that I in there. And it says the next paragraph, I was reminded of the need for special protection of SCI material, of the fact that access to this material is governed by the terms of the SCI non-disclosure agreement that I previously signed, and of my continuing obligation to comply with the terms of that agreement.
Correct.
And then there's a signature block, next organization, my name,
And it's got the signature and then the signatures and all that good stuff.
Yeah, and then at the bottom, there's a statement on the Privacy Act and so forth, and that's DD Form 1848.
That's right, 1848. Man, it's been a while. So as far as I was listening in a little bit about what you were saying as far as the what's it called over in Washington, that they were trying to figure out a protocol, because I remember there wasn't any protocol for people that were abductees, and I was overhearing that and I was like, wow, that's actually some of the things that I was conducting and figuring out how to fix, actually.
And when were you in?
I wasn't a formally in. I was actually a part of more of the politics side than anything. I was vetted in within a group of people. They needed a problem to solve, so I solved it. For example, this is a great summary. Like a cloud seeding project, for example. I worked on that for a while, since 2018, 2019, something like that. And the project has been flourishing since.
You said a cloud seeding? Is that what you said?
Yep, cloud seeding project.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
It was over in California. Talked to some scientists there. Sold an idea with them that could actually help better with the drought process when it comes to California, New Mexico, Nebraska, Texas, Las Vegas, Oregon, Washington, all that sort of jazz. And some of the particles that were in there is a little bit different. For example, like instead of using a traditional system where they send out a laser, get the data back, figure out what clouds that need to be seeded or not, and then send out a Cessna directly in, I thought that was, and then the percentages were low. So I was like, well, instead of that, why don't we just create a blanket over the horizon at certain areas? Cloud seed over 10,000 feet with 737s or 747s, and then with a mixture of a different type of chemical that has a better changing reaction.
Sir, I want to ask you, do you have any affiliation or experience with the ET or UFO phenomenon? If you do have knowledge about that, can you confirm anything that you've heard Rick say that would match up with your own personal experiences?
Yeah. So, for example, with the abduction cases, there, like I said, he was right. There wasn't a form. So, for me, I talked to some people in the Senate and the intelligence community back in 2019, I would say, to have a more of a better structure. And I talked with, before I talked with people that were in like that knew Greer or people like that, and just really go from there. But as far as an actual abduction case, I have never had one, but I have had something very similar. That's a little bit different. I was over at the Nelson's Landing area, talking about my company, trying to figure out what we wanted to do, and it was just all 10 of us. One of my friends was was in the Army, Navy, you know, all good stuff. We're just talking about how we want to build our company. Back during that time, we're at the Nelson's viewpoint, and we saw this red dot kind of in the distance. We didn't think much of it. We kept talking, and then it got big. Actually, it got really big. It had no sound, didn't detect anything. I didn't see anything on radar. You know, all that good stuff. All of our cars shut off, all four of them. It was this GMC from the 1990s, some other vehicle from the 80s, my friend's Porsche from the early 2000s, and my personal vehicle. They all got shut off. We all couldn't start our own vehicles. As this thing got even closer, it was probably like maybe like between 50 to 75 feet from us, up in the sky. And I shared a little bit about this, but anyways,
What state was that in? Nelson's? I'm not familiar with
Nelson's
that.
Landing is actually in Las Vegas.
Oh, okay, very good. Yeah, well, we know that the aliens are coming to Las Vegas. Rick Dodie knows that for a fact, and I'm going to have to confirm that. Do you have a question for Rick? Because we got a lot of hands up, bro.
Yeah, so long story short, it landed right in front of us, and we saw this being. It looked like a 11-foot. I'm sorry, it was like 4'11". My friend almost shot it, but he didn't, because I pulled the gun down from him. I was like, "Don't shoot it. I don't know what this thing is capable of." I have some sketches that I have on my page, but we started having, during the time when that thing landed, I did touch the craft. Yeah, it just.
Why did you do that? Well,
I
mean,
actually don't know. I just felt, I don't know. I just was drawn to it. I felt like I needed to. I don't know. It was really weird. And then after that, I started having, all of us were affected in different ways. For example, I started having, like dreams after that. It was really compelling. My other friend, he got nausea. He threw up on the other side. But I remember what this being said. It just said, "Take care of your planet." I don't know why it's said that to us. We all thought we were hallucinating and having problems. We were like, was something wrong with our drink? But a week goes by. Long story short, my friend had a lucid dream at like 12 a.m. He was obligated to go there, so him and his wife went. He didn't even tell me. I had the same dream about a week later, so all of us are there, and we're confused because we never gotten in contact with any of each other. So I thought that was very strange. And then again, this the same type of craft, I'm guessing, because it didn't land this time. It just started making weird patterns, left to right, up, down, went into the water, lift itself up. It was very. I got scared. I was like, "Fuck this! I'm going home." So I left.
What was the
Did you
question
want
now?
to ask a question about
Yeah.
your
Has
experience,
anybody
Shadows?
have
What's the
the
question?
question I'm having for Rick? Has anybody had that experience before?
I'm
Do
sure.
you have any stories, Rick, that would relate that story? And the other real quick is, I don't disbelieve your story, but the man and the billionaire man, are you trolling? Or are you being sincere right now? I just want to ask that straight up.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm actually being genuine. I actually even tried to get in contact with MUFON, but there was it was a different response.
So my understanding that your question for Rick is, does he know anybody else that has had similar experiences to what you just shared?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay, let's give him a chance to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, I've heard similar stories from many other people. Not any that I investigated while I was in, but since I've been out in the public, I'm approached by many people almost every UFO convention, telling me different stories about abductions, and I've heard similar stories. Yes, I can say that.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, just to reset so people know where they're at. J Neil, you're up next, then NHI, then James, and then we'll cycle to M. If anybody else on the stage wants to jump in the lineup, please put your hand up. Thank you. Go ahead, J
Hey Rick,
Neil.
it's Neil. How's it going?
Hi, Neil. Good.
So I had a question on hybrids. We've talked before about hybrids, and you've mentioned that there's ways that people can even tell if somebody's a hybrid. But so I wanted to know, when did you become aware of hybrids when you were in your in the Air Force, or like when did you become aware of that, and when did that information become known? And would you be able to talk about one or two ways that are used to identify hybrids, if possible?
Um, the Katie Smith story, which I had an episode on Gaia. Katie was a well, I don't have time to tell the entire story, but she was an intelligence officer, and um, she was unique in a number of ways. And makes long story short, she identified herself as being a hybrid, and she then worked. She was in OSI. She was a counterintelligence officer. She worked with me, and then she then went into a special unit that was to identify hybrids in the military, primarily in the military. And she had ways of determining how you could detect them. And then there's whole list of different ways, but I'm not going to go through all of them right here. But there are ways to determine if a person is suspected of being a hybrid. Now, I'm not saying just because they have different eye movements and different irises, and the sclera is a little bit different, and their ear shapes are different, and their fingernails are different, doesn't make them a hybrid, but they could very well be.
Cool. Thank you.
Can I jump in real?
I have a question real quick, just piggybacking off of that. Are there behavioral things that would maybe tell, and if so, are there any that you can discuss?
Yeah, you can. They're not capable of lying. Number one, at least this is what we're told, and they have a temperament that is as calm as can be. They don't have a temper, I should say. And there's a lot of other mannerisms that they distinguish, but again, I'm not going to go into every one of them. And then again, the whole thing. See, this is just an example of the whole thing would be classified, but I'm just saying, I didn't say that every one of them. I said they could very well have these traits, but it wouldn't make them a hybrid. So I'll just leave it.
I understand what you mean.
Yeah.
Certain presidents say very high emotional intelligence and an ability to regulate emotion in a high ability way. Am I understanding?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, NHI, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Quick question for Rick. I've heard this talked about before, but just wanted to know if you think or have heard anything about that maybe the actual even bigger reason why the government may be so resistant to disclosure is not so much that there's a presence here, but that they know that people will start asking about abductions and they would be forced to admit that they were powerless to stop the abductions from happening. So just wondering about that.
Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. The government can't tell the public that, yes, we're in contact with extraterrestrials, 5 races or 10 or whatever it is. And one of them is hostile and they abduct human beings and they do these horrible experiments on them. No, the government can't do that. So therefore, that's going to be a question. I don't care how the disclosure phenomena is addressed and brought to the public forum. That's going to be a question because there's so many abductees out there that have gone through these horrible situations that they're going to stand up and say, oh, hey, what about the species that I dealt with and so forth? And the government will be stuck in a corner of a ring saying, now be fighting the public on disclosing it or not disclosing it. So you're right. Absolutely right. That would be one reason.
Thank you so much. James, go ahead.
Hi. Am I right in thinking that you know Kit Green, Rick?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I've just read there's an email chain between him, Eric Davis, and Colm Collier from the early 2000s, and they're talking about how in the 80s, Kit Green very nearly got himself read into the program because they needed a doctor, and apparently during this time, he got briefed several times at the Pentagon, and they showed him autopsy reports, and he couldn't verify whether they're genuine just from reading them and seeing the film. But also during that time, stuff started showing up at his house. Like he actually got sent autopsy reports. He got sent a tissue sample, and he took them to the labs of some of his friends that he knows, and they determined that it was a fake, but a very, very, very well done, sophisticated fake using like technology that was a little bit more advanced than at the time. And that kind of sounds like he was getting some kind of op ran on him. You know, somebody wanted him to believe that was going to happen, and ultimately had like another briefing in the late 80s where he was denied access. So I was just wondering if you know anything about that whole situation, and if he ever did get read into anything like that.
I'll let Dr. Green speak.
That's the question of the night, by the way, Rick. Come on, man. Give us something on that one, Rick. Come on.
Dr. Green, I'm not going to go into detail. There's a lot of classified programs that we did. I worked with even intelligence before that, and there's programs that are probably still special access, and there's just parts of this that I'm not going to go into. So like I said, I'll let him speak for himself, and I'm not going to delve into.
Is James on the right path? I mean, would you say, no, James, get off that path? You're on the wrong path. Or if he wanted to stay on that path, do you think he'd be wasting his time?
If he's traveling on that path, I'd say stay on that path.
Nice. Thank you. That's all.
Sometimes there's answers in the things that aren't said. Thanks for waiting, Em. Go ahead.
Hey, thanks. Yeah, I just wanted to ask, are you aware of any evidence that, aside from abductions, there are people who are simply being surveilled by NHIs on Earth?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't. I think if they are not, yeah, I would have to say yes, and that would be hybrids. Obviously, they're kept track of by whoever created them or mixed their DNA from ours and theirs or something to that effect. Yeah, I think they would be being monitored, but abductees, I don't know. Probably though, but anything other than abductees and hybrids, I wouldn't know.
Okay, maybe this next question is a little bit harder to answer. Is every hybrid explicitly aware that they are a hybrid?
Not having, able to ask them, at least the ones that we dealt with, I have to be very careful. And that Katie identified, knew they were. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, yeah,
Could
thanks so much.
perhaps a hybrid find out who they are by a lot of self-introspection, meditation, travel? Do you know what I mean? Like, is part of understanding who you are as far as hybridism goes.
Well, I can tell you.
To a high sense of self-awareness and developing that and healing maybe some wounds and on and on. Yeah.
Well, I can tell you the Katie Smith story. She grew up in Montana. She knew from an early age she was different from other kids, but she didn't know growing up she was hybrid. And she went to college at I think University of Montana or Montana State, one or two, and in her between her junior and senior year, she was out with a friend, a girlfriend, out traveling out at camping or something, and they were up in this mountain, and they were sitting talking, and all of a sudden, Katie disappears, and her friend immediately, runs and gets in a car and drives. This is way before cell phones. Drives to the nearest house to call the sheriff. My friend disappeared. So the sheriff comes up, do a search and rescue, and Katie shows up. During that disappearance, which was about a 3-hour time period that she was missing, they told her she was a hybrid. The extraterrestrials, a species that was dealing with her, told her and said, prepare for the future. All these other things they told her. And now she
were these evens, Rick? Were these evens, or can you say which of the 5 that you're aware of were they?
No, I'm not going to say which one because there's an obvious reason why I can't say that. But so she comes back. She goes through her senior year and goes to college, and her friend knew something was wrong with her, but kept asking, "Where'd you go?" "Well, I wandered away," or whatever it was. And then she immediately had a calling to be in the military. She wanted to go into the military as an officer. So she, in her last semester of college, she joined ROTC in college, Air Force ROTC. And during the during that period of time, she had to ask her where she wanted to go in the Air Force afterwards, and she said, I wanted to go in intelligence. And so she tested high aptitude, got intelligence, aced all the different schools, intelligence schools she had to go through, and ended up at Kirtland Air Force Base in the counterintelligence office with me. So, and of course, at the time, we didn't know anything about it, but there were indicators in her schooling. Our instructors in the intelligence operations course up in Washington and in Virginia, where they would have to go through, they noticed strange things about her. But I don't know that we knew. I don't know, and I was never briefed that we knew about.
Like what, Rick? Will you give us a couple of examples what we would have considered like strange? I'm curious.
Well, she had intelligence. She had really one of the courses you take in the intelligence operations course is celestial navigation, and there's a reason why. There's a lot of special operations personnel, the combat controllers, and special forces people. They take celestial navigation, meaning it just means to navigate by the stars. Know how to, if you're out there in the middle of nowhere and you don't have a compass, how to determine where north, south, east, west is, and how to navigate. And that's what it is. But she already knew it. There was any indication of where she took this course, but she knew everything there was to know about the stars and celestial navigation. That's one indicator. And there's others that I'm not going to go into, but that's just one that stood out, that one of the instructors told me. She already knew everything that we were talking about in the class. She would help.
She came with a knowing, didn't she? A certain knowing.
She had that's a good way to put it right there.
Yeah, I understand. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 more speakers. So I've got Sunshine, Flylo, Lou, Edwin, Dr. Oliver, J Neil, and AKA. There's also 2 speakers waiting. So I don't know how much longer you'd like to go, but Sunshine would be up next. Thanks.
So I could speak now, or do you?
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay,
Sunshine.
so I have a lot to say on a number of different topics related to here. I'm definitely human. Definitely.
Did you have a question though for Rick?
Oh.
Yeah. This space is more about just like direct
Oh, okay.
questions
I was
for
gonna
Rick.
share some information because he was speaking about healing tech, and that's like my core interest. But if I have one question, I guess it would be the Holloman footage. So I saw the Holloman footage. It was on rental. I don't know if someone put it on my plate, given some of the experiences I describe that happened or are true. I'm not hybrid or any of that stuff. I'm 100% human. But yeah, no. So the Holloman footage, I saw that and I was very surprised. And there's absolutely no information regarding that. But they land, and this alien, like with blue-gray scaly skin, gets out, and it's just like the oddest thing because there's no explanation. It just like cuts off right there. So yeah, any more information regarding that I'd be curious about. But I just didn't take a photo. I was about to take a photo, but I was like busy or doing something else, and I was just like, oh well, what the fuck. I guess we'll leave it at that. But yeah.
Did you say with your troop, or did I mishear you?
You misheard me. No, I was in No, it
My
was
bad.
on
Okay.
TV. It was like available for rental, but I don't know if someone put that on my plate. I was saying, just given that maybe they know some of the experiences I described, because I'm kind of vocal about just the more advanced healing tech, and like I've seen other wavelengths. I have had what's it called? Just
Sunshine, are you asking if like tell me if I've got you wrong, but I feel like you're asking, can something be kind of pushed for you to watch
well, I wasn't asking
to
so
enter
much that.
onto
I
your
was just more
plate? Is
curious
that what
as to
you're
what
asking?
happened. What was the outcome of that? Because they didn't appear friendly.
Okay, here's what I know about that. Obviously, I wasn't just a young kid back then. I wasn't around then. But the Holloman case, if you look at the dates, of the Holloman case, April 24th of 1964.
Yeah.
And the Lonnie Zamora case, April 24th, 1964. You notice it happened in the same exact date. And now what I was told, and is that when we were coordinating with the Ebens to come back to pick up Eba 1, the body, and the bodies of the others, somehow the coordinates got mixed up, and they landed in Socorro or outside Socorro first, and then they realized we're in the wrong place, and somehow they ended up landing at Holloman. So that's all I know about the Holloman case. There's a
Okay.
lot more that other people talk about it. Linda Howell talks about it because she interviewed Immenager. Rusty, what's Rusty's last name? There was a Rusty, it was a UFO investigator from California years ago. And he, San Francisco, he had a lot of information, but that's all I know.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. And then, yeah, regarding the healing tech, I know we don't have it, but like I know how to build all that stuff, given my experiences. Like, there's a different way to approach it, and essentially the waves the hands give off, if you do it the wrong way, you're gonna do more harm than anything. So you have to know what you're doing, and I think you have to physically experience it in order to do that. But it's quite advanced. Like, you can heal paralysis and any number of things when you engage that state, which is like a very advanced thing. Which I want to do. I hope I'm given a platform, but you know,
Well, hey,
yeah, I
thank you
talk
for
about this. It
sharing.
just, huh?
Thank you for sharing and come. We got a lot of hands. We're just got
Oh
to.
yeah. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay, yeah, no
no
problem.
worries,
I
bro.
appreciate it, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, Sunshine. I appreciate you sharing too. Go ahead, Philo.
Oh man, thank you. Hey Rick.
Your arm tired?
Man, I'm like, come on. Sorry. I mean, look, thank you, Rick, for taking the time. I appreciate it. I have a question. Mine is just more so. Can you give me I guess to the best of your knowledge, a kind of overview of what a retrieval may look like?
Well, yeah, there's set procedures. I wish Wyndham was still around. He would lecture for an hour on it. But anyways, there would be teams, special down aircraft recovery teams stationed. I think there were 12 at different bases around the United States, and then there were some overseas.
And what
And
department would they be from?
They're United States Air Force.
Okay.
And they would contain number one, an OSI agent, number two, a commander, somebody with aeronautical experience that like a pilot, hazardous material specialists, a biologist, a medical doctor, and then recovery, what they call recovery technicians that can actually pick up the stuff and probably equipment, certain type of equipment. So that's a recovery team.
Real quick, Rick, could the Army also have had a recovery team? In other words, how many different military departments could have had their own recovery teams?
Anything from the air to the ground is the Air Force. I don't know of any, never heard of any Army recovery team. Now the Navy probably had them, but I was never briefed into what the Navy had. So, but I'm sure the Navy had them too. But just the Air Force and Navy, as far as I know.
So they would fly in generally.
Yeah. They would fly in with equipment and now there's a lot of background to that, and there's a the Federal Aviation Administration has two classified manuals, and you can Google this if you don't believe me, that nobody knows what it is. Well, they're and I'm not going to give away everything that's in there, but they're procedures for notifying the United States Air Force in a search and rescue facility at Scott Air Force Base on down special aircrafts. And of course, obviously, there's a lot more in those manuals. So if you're, for instance, driving down a road and you see a UFO come over your car and crash, now you're going to stop and say, "Oh my God, this is a crash." I'm going to call 911. So wherever you're at, you call 911 and you tell them there's a downed craft. And then depending on the jurisdiction you're in, police, local police or sheriffs or state police, highway patrol would respond. And then from that point on, there would be a notification system, and that would go through FAA, and then the FAA would take the realms and say, okay, contact DART team at whatever base is closest and send them.
Okay, we gotta move around. 8 hands fly, but thank you for your contribution.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Luke, go ahead.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate all the questions. I mean, I know my questions seemed as tough or whatever, but I can assure you I'm not a fucking counterintelligence agent or anything like that. I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha, although I did get you in a gotcha. The one thing that stuck out to me that you said, Rick, when I explained my relationship with Lou Elizondo, and by the way, I don't know if you know this, but I have to preface this by saying that I organized hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into the largest UAP grass movements effort ever organized for Lou Elizondo. When I mentioned that, you said, well, yeah, he's a counterintelligence agent. So my question to you is that my fault that I got taken advantage of, manipulated, and blackmailed by Lou Elizondo? And why is that okay? And if so, why is that okay? And if it's not okay, why should we trust Lou Elizondo when he uses people in the community like that?
Well, no, I'm sorry if you interpreted it that way. I mean, I was a joke that you said that he did that to you, and I thought, well, he's a counterintelligence officer. That's
Okay, all right.
I don't mean anything.
Okay, I appreciate that, but
it was just a joke. I didn't mean it.
No,
But his question, hold on,
If you guys will let me just hold
That
on,
was a
Eric. Let
weak
me say
cop
something
out.
here. I think that it's kind of like that analogy. If you're gonna pet the bulldog, you should be aware the bulldog could bite. So I believe that there's a little bit of that as well.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
We have a responsibility as well to know who we're talking with. So I'm just saying.
Okay, but let me help out. Lou, because I actually I watched Lou from the beginning, and I saw the whole thing unwind, and so there's a little piece of my heart that goes out to that guy. So he has a fair question, Rick. I mean, I understand that you want to be careful what you say about anybody, but he had an experience. Lou was all in on disclosure. He was trying to help the process. He had a tremendous roundtable of people. I mean, that was historic in some ways. And then he feels, and I don't know the whole story, he feels that Lou let him down on many levels. If you were advising Lou or somebody that would in the future, forget Lou Elizondo, if somebody were to come along in the future, how would you advise that they go about making decisions if they want to involve themselves with somebody?
Clint, with all due respect, thank you for that. I appreciate it, but I don't want to hear about people that are non-existent in the community. I'd like to know Rick's opinion about those tactics used against American citizens who are doing nothing but trying to help.
Well,
why should we trust? Why should we trust Lou Elizondo?
Hypocrisy 101, though. He wasn't talking about Americans. He's like just being hypocritical.
Okay, hold on. You can't interrupt. Sir, whoever that is, Lou asked Rick a question. It's Rick's the host. Rick's going to answer the question.
Yeah, Lou, I can't answer that question. I don't know what Lou's intentions were to do what he did to you. If he did, in fact, that I would feel as bad as you are that you do about what Lou did to you. I mean, so I don't know. You'd have to ask Lou about that. But
well, unfortunately, he won't return any of my calls or texts. But I'm just trying to. That's why I ask you the questions that I ask you, because I'm really trying to look out for the community of people and all of these researchers here that are trying to research all this stuff. That's why I want better facts, better. I want to set a higher bar, Rick, and I want to
What do you think
I
is
want
the
to make people
reason,
aware of
Lou?
these
What do
issues.
you, what do you what do you think is the
Please don't talk over people. People have
Yeah.
had their hands on a very long time. Just wait your turn, Mr. Thing, please. Thank you.
Okay, Lou Angeles, wrap up your point. I appreciate your point, and then we're going to move over to another hand.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering why we don't call people out, especially when their pinned tweet is, I'll never tell a lie, I'll always tell the truth, I'll always, I'll never support any sort of manipulation within this community, and then we get manipulated, and it's like, that's why I'm trying to set a higher bar, and that's why I would love for you to come talk to me and come talk to these veterans that want answers just as bad as everyone, but I just don't want to bring in pre-existing belief systems and ask you questions based off of our beliefs, just so you can just confirm these belief systems. I want to push back in the most respectful way possible, but how do we do that, Rick, without insulting you?
Okay, that was your question. Okay, I just got one, and let me. This is a good question too that I just got, that somebody was trying to ask, but this is really, really good question that needs to be addressed. It says, and this is from somebody I know quite well. If the Air Force was the only branch responsible for crash retrieval, then Clifford Stone, who served in the United States Army, lied about his experiences with crash retrieval. Can you explain what you know about this? And so that's a good point, and that's good.
That was gonna be my point, by the way, Rick.
Okay.
That's exactly what my point was going to be, and I let it go though.
Yeah. Now, what I can say is I knew nothing about an Army, and I'm only talking about me here. I don't know anything about an Army recovery system, but Clifford spoke, and Clifford was a friend of mine. He lived a few hundred miles from me here in New Mexico, and I supported Clifford in ways that nobody would believe. But I sat for hours and hours listening to Clifford tell his story, both at UFO conventions and here in my living room or my office, which Eric knows exactly, has been here, and at his house down in Roswell. And he spoke from the heart. But every time we spoke, I made it clear to Clifford, I know nothing about what the Army did back in those days, and he was in before me. So I said, so I can't sit there and talk to him and say no, it never happened. I just know what the Air Force did and what the Air Force had. So if there was, in fact, a crash recovery team that Clifford was on, and I think he was on, I think he had some connections because of his so many very
well. You saw the material, yeah. Right, Rick?
Yeah.
You saw his material.
Yes, I did, and
he had the meta material, as far as I'm concerned.
He had two boxes of it, and well, 2 boxes in a bag in his garage that he didn't want to bring in his house for obvious reasons, but he spoke from the heart, and I was a pretty good interrogator. When I was in, you can tell mannerisms about people lying and looking, and he didn't display any of those mannerisms of somebody that was a compulsive liar or a liar. So that's what I have to say about Clifford. I just didn't know about any Army, U.S. Army recovery. So I hope that answers.
I just want to make a quick comment about Clifford Stone, because I was lucky enough to meet him and go to his house, and that's a long story, but the point I want to make is that I think it is because of Clifford Stone and nobody else that I've been able to find, the book that he published that you can't buy anymore, that has the FOIAs that he FOIA'd, that have your name and your signature and Paul Benowitz. It's like, I think 6 pages. There might even be more, but those must have been declassified because he got them. Did you help him get those pages, or did he get those on his own, Rick?
Some of them I did. I pushed him in the right direction, so to speak, to get those documents. He had 4 different, I should say, remnants of 4 different reports, and one of the documents, the one about the Paul Benowitz, I think he got that from Wendell Stevens, because Wendell Stevens was one of 3 people that I know that got a good majority, well, not the good majority, parts of the Benowitz files, except for the redaction. So I think Clifford got. I helped him in some ways, and Robert Dean, another good friend of his, and also Paula Harris helped him in other ways.
Can you say, and I already know what you're going to say, but I want you to say it publicly, on your life, on your family's life, are those documents authentic? I mean, were they faked in any way?
No, absolutely not.
I didn't think so. They look pretty real to me, and I had them checked. That's that. I'm just going to tell you guys, I was never sure whether I wanted to go all in on Rick Dodie, but when I saw those documents, that put the needle in another direction, much higher up the ladder. I can promise you that, because there are documents that prove a lot of what Rick Dodie says about Paul Benowitz.
Thank you, guys. Do you want to move on to more speakers, or did you want to touch base on any more of this topic?
One thing I want to say is somebody's tried to trick me in a Tin City in Alaska. One crash site was in 1971, discovered near Nome. Place it was Tin City Air Force Station. Tin City Air Force Station is in fact the real place. You can Google it. It's near Nome. Whereby in the period of 1969 to 1976, there were literally hundreds of UFO reports around Nome. The second place that was adjacent to the U.S. border, the Canadian and U.S. border, is called Bellamy Pasture, and I'm not sure if that's a town or what. And that was in 1968. I just wanted to, somebody graciously sent me that information just now. So I just want to say that whoever was trying to trick me and said, it never happened, I just made that up. There really were. If you made it up, you're a psychic and you already know about it. So anyways, I'm ready for the next question.
Who's next, Benny?
Okay, so here's the lineup: Edwin, Dr. Oliver, J. Neil, aka Scotty, Sam Mixon, Mr. Thing, Kent, and then Lone J. So Edwin, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Richard. I just have a couple quick questions for you regarding the U.S. Space Force. You know how we just recently formed it. So this begs the question, have we, as in the U.S. government, traveled into the cosmos using our own man-made alien tech?
How many thousands of miles? How many thousands of miles is the cosmos, Rick? I mean, 23,000 or more. I mean, what are we talking?
I'm talking about, like, visiting planets, that sort of thing.
I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know anything other than the secret space program that I knew about involved deep satellites positioned in deep space and around different orbits of Neptune and so forth. Special space probes and satellites. I don't know anything about traveling to any planets by some kind of special space vehicles or anything like that. So that's all I can say. I just don't know that.
I have another follow-up question, and this is regarding ex-U.S. Marine Michael Herrera. I don't know if you've heard about him, but he was doing some assistance in Indonesia after a tsunami had hit the area, and he encountered what he believes is a U.S. Like man-made UFO.
Yeah, Rick, not to cut you off, bro. He knows the story.
Okay.
What, do you have a question?
Yeah,
We've got a
so
lot
the
of
question is, as far as our man-made tech that maybe you may or may not know, is do you believe if there's any sort of truth for to his story?
Well, I did two, maybe 3 programs with him on Gaia, and there are some aspects of that I question him on, but most of it is factual and was fact based. So that's all I can say.
Okay. Well, great. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. I appreciate you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Edwin. Go ahead, Dr. Oliver.
Thank you for letting me ask another question. Rick, I don't know whether you can help with this one or not really, but I've been following the investigations into the Rendlesham Forest incident led by Professor Simon Holland, John Burroughs, and a couple of other investigators. They've been posting the results of their work on YouTube over the last couple of years. Where they seem to have gotten to is a suggestion that the incident itself was caused by man-made technology that seems in some way to have interacted with something highly strange, possibly NHI. I just wondered whether in the hello. Sorry,
you're having a bad humming sound in the background.
Can you hear me now?
You have a question about I just want to say this, that Jim Peniston, in my opinion, based on my research, told the truth. And I think he should be the first person people should consider about that.
Yeah, I fully agree. I think the gist of my question was just whether Rick was at any point partial to any information about the incident that he's able to share with us. He may not, but I just thought I'd ask.
You know what? At some point, you were muted or something, or somebody had a microphone. I couldn't hear all of your question though.
You're echoing. Lone has got his mic on. Turn your mic off, guys.
Okay, so when Rick is talking, Dr. Oliver, you want to mute. And when Dr. Oliver's talking, Rick will mute. And then that'll eliminate your echo, okay?
Yeah, and Mike Disclosure, I think, has his mic on. I might be wrong, though.
No, I show him muted. Go ahead, Dr. Oliver.
Yeah, thanks. Glad we sorted that out. So essentially, the question was about the Rendlesham Forest. Yeah, can I? Okay. The question was about the Rendlesham Forest incident. I've been following a group of researchers on YouTube led by Professor Simon Holland. John Burroughs, who is one of the experiencers of that event, is involved in the investigations that they've been pursuing. They seem to think, or seem to have reached the conclusion, that the incident itself consisted of some kind of interaction between man-made technology, possibly a weapons test, that interacted with something unexpected, basically something highly strange, possibly NHI. I was just wondering, because going back, this was sort of in kind of your kind of era, Rick. Were you partial to any briefings about this? Is there anything that you can share with us about that event?
Well, the only thing I knew is the OSI agent that handled that case, one of them, there's many there, Cunningham, I knew him very well, and he has spoken many times over the years about that. Also, in 1984, I was in headquarters OSI, and in reference to the investigation that we were doing in New Mexico, Colonel Law, who was the chief of CounterIntelligence, asked me to read an OSI case file, and it was highly classified at the time. Colonel Law gave me the complete AFOSI case file on the Rendlesham UFO incident of December 1980. And the reason he asked me to read it is because in the same time period, in December 1980, we had an incident happen at Kirtland Air Force Base where a UFO landed. So, and there were a lot of similarities between them. And he wanted me to read this to see if there were similarities in comparison to the case that I did. And this is, of course, 4 years after the incident happened. So I read that entire case file. But one of the things that is quite interesting is what happened when the Air Force sent the materials, the soil and tree bark and rocks to different laboratories in the United States. And one of the labs was the Department of Agriculture laboratory in Maryland. And they tried to imitate the distortion of the plants and the bark and could not do it in the laboratory. They could not generate enough heat or energy in a direct beam that could cause that type of mutation to the plants and the soil around. I always thought that was a very interesting explanation for the soils. Now, I know there's a lot of people out there, Burroughs, and I mean, there's a number of people out there that have that were there, that talked about it, allegedly they wrote books about it. But the conclusion in the OSI report was that there was some Air Force security policemen that falsified reports and falsified information. And so, and some of them took polygraph examinations. So that's all I know about the Rendlesham Forest, whether it was a real event or, I mean, I believe the lieutenant colonel who did the recording, and there was another person who was not even ever mentioned in the report outside the OSI report, the female lieutenant, that talks in great details about the case. But so that's it. That's all I know.
We got a lot of hands. We got to move around, Jamie.
Okay, I just wanted to let Rick know, for a little bit you were echoing. I don't know what kind of mic you're using, but it was kind of going in and out of an echo. The next person up is Jay Neal. Well, it looks like Jay Neal left, so that would be AKA. Hey, AKA, thanks for waiting.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So, Rick, the advanced working group, does that fall under the spirit of the old advanced theoretical physics working group? Or is it more like a sort of a Fight Club situation? Just curious if you were willing to share anything about that group, any specifics or anything.
I'm not sure about a fight group. No, the advanced working group was formed in about 1999, 2000. I didn't join it for a year and a half later. It's made up of retired intelligence officers, military people, and they formed. And we have a couple former DCIs in there, commanders, and we just get together. We are trying to facilitate disclosure in our own way. We're one of many groups that are out there trying to do the same thing, and we're a semi-private group. We don't have websites. We have our own secure communication system through SIGINT and Signal. CACT is a encryption system you buy and put in. So that's who we are.
Rick, real quick, if an event were to occur, let's say in New Mexico tomorrow, is there a possibility that people within the advanced working group would become interested and try to facilitate a investigation if they felt that there might be a cover-up going on?
Yeah, that's what we did out of Las Vegas. We put a lot of resources in the ground. We do have somebody. Not all of us are wealthy. I mean, we're financially secure, but we do have somebody who supports us financially, and Eric knows who that is, and others. And then when something like that happens, we send people out to look into it just to see if it's a hoax, if it's real or there's chances are that it's real. We may get bits and pieces of information from the investigative people on the scene. Obviously, we don't have security clearances, so we can't get classified information, but there's ways to communicate back and forth across that problem.
Rick, do you guys?
Okay, cool. Who had their hand up next?
Next would be Scotty, and then Scotty after you is Sam Mixon, then Kent, then Lone J, then Steve. Anybody else want to be in the lineup? Please raise your hand. Thank you. Go ahead, Scotty.
Hi there, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hear you great.
Rick, I've got a question for you. This UAP technology, is there any reference to Egyptian hieroglyphs included in it?
I don't have any knowledge of that. There's other people out there that claim that, but I'm not going to speak for them. John Enoch and others have talked about it, but I don't know personally. No.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is about 4 years ago, I conducted a small experiment. I'm a gold panner, and I received gold through an experiment. And since then, I can interpret cuneiform language and Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
it's very interesting because for what I'm reading, what they're talking about is our electromagnetic field and an electromagnetic attraction system for this planet.
Wow.
And
Hey, can you send me your email? I can get you in touch with somebody that would be interested in that.
Yeah, certainly. There seems to be a lot of knowledge about their construction system being silicon photonic, using the wavelengths or quarks from certain star constellations for fusion at the core of our planet.
Wow.
That is the bomb drop of the afternoon, I have to say that.
Yeah. My email is Toppan, TOPPAN 166 @gmail.com.
Okay, well, I don't have a pen just now, but obviously you've got people listening.
Yeah.
But I can certainly interpret it. I certainly understand how they were getting their gold. But more importantly, it was about stepping up the fields of our planet to create a living biosphere. And what we are living in is basically a planet that was converted from a mothership. I know how that sounds. I don't take drugs or anything like that. But it was disconnected because the fusion process ate up the core for the inside of the planet.
Wow.
We got to make that movie, Rick. Put that on the list.
Yeah.
Get a hold of somebody.
All right. So I know it seems weird, but I'm an amateur radio enthusiast, licensed to M0 VPZ. I've made hydrogen cells and stuff like that. I've been into CNC, pneumatics, you name it, I've done it. And as a hobby gold panner, I get my gold from rich iron oxide deposits. And I fell along the course of looking at where the Egyptians got their gold. I understand it through reading the language that the pyramids actually ran on steam, and the water went into the middle pyramid at Khafre and touched on the mantle, which created steam, and the condensation then allowed the electrical conduit to happen, the electrical conductivity for the height of the structure through a primary coil above the subterranean, above the King's Chamber in Khufu, through a secondary coil in the Grand Gallery, and a tertiary coil that wraps around the inside of the pyramid structure.
Okay, did humans create that is what I want to know. Did humans like you and I create that, or was it an advanced race of beings?
No, from what I read from the hieroglyphs and the cuneiform language, we actually came from a different solar system. And we came here using quantum tunneling. And it was the same system that used the false doorways. It's something to do with the third law of electrodynamics.
So you're saying humans were brought to Earth? Is that what you're saying?
For what I can read from the structure, we were created here to fix this planet. but somehow.
Okay, you got a question for Rick because we got a lot of hands up, bro. But you're very interesting. We appreciate your input.
Yeah, the question is if there is something in connection with that, then I can read this language as best as possible, and I'm here if they want to contact me.
Okay.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I posted my email on in X, so
Okay, I'll contact you, buddy.
you can. Okay, thanks.
Thanks
It's
very
very
much.
interesting.
Right. Good night.
Good night,
Vinny, could I
Scotty.
jump ahead
Hey,
because I've
Sam.
got to go out?
Yeah, we're gonna let Kent jump ahead because that's what he's good at.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kent.
And then after Kent, we'll go to Sam. Thanks for waiting. Go ahead,
No,
Kent.
apologies, folks. Hi, Rick. Hi, Eric, and everyone. Vinny, everyone. It's I've got to
Hey.
travel, so I have to drop down to listener. But I just wanted to ask Rick. Rick, are you aware of any USOs being recovered by the Navy? As that, because we talk about the Air Force recovering, craft on the land and in the air. But are we aware of any USOs that have been recovered? Cheers, mate.
Wow. I never was obviously briefed in any kind of naval program when I was in the Air Force, OSI. So, but there's a admiral who has spoke at conventions and so forth, and he has talked about. He was a submarine commander for 21 years. And he saw all sorts of strange things down there, and he saw. In one particular incident, when he was traveling in a submarine down and off the coast of Perth, Australia, in the Indian Ocean, he saw it. They were surfaced, and a refueling or a resupply ship was there, offloading stuff onto the submarine, and an object came from the southeast, from Antarctica, up over the submarine, and then circled it, and then went directly into the water. And so when the resupply ended, he commanded the submarine to dive deep to try to figure out what it was. And he went as far deep as the submarine could go, and that, of course, that's all classified. But I think he says something around 3,600 feet. Anyways, they couldn't catch it. So that's the only thing I know about USOs. He talked about many other incidents, but I haven't heard anyone talk about recovering them in the ocean. I'm not saying they haven't. I just don't know anything about that.
Thanks so much,
Okay,
Rick. Thanks,
who's next?
Kent. Next up is Sam Mixon. Thanks for waiting.
Hello,
Sam,
can
are
you
you
hear me?
there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We hear you,
Yep, hear
Sam.
you great.
Okay. My question is, what was it? Oh yeah, are you? I can't remember. I think I saw a post from you, several, maybe like 5 months ago or so, talking about the aviary and asking the government about disclosure, and they said no. I'm not sure if it was your account or if it was a false account, but what was your, if you were a part of the aviary, what was your code name? I know Scott Jones was Chickadee. Ron was, I think, the Pelican. Kit Green was, I don't remember Kit Green's code name in terms of the aviary. But what was your code name, and what was the goal and also function of the aviary in terms of disclosure?
I was Sparrow. First of all, the group started back in the late 70s, early 80s. And it was a quasi-government group that was trying to get some form of disclosure out. And that's the best way I could
So
put
was
it.
that a study group also? I mean,
It
were
was,
those guys all studying
yeah,
what was going on?
it was a steady group. And we did a lot of different things, and some of which is probably still classified. But I was the Sparrow, and I was the youngest guy in the group. The Falcon was Richard Helms, and we met periodically. We're trying to get things done, and that's the Aviary. I don't
And
remember
Grant
everybody's
Cameron's
name.
making a movie about it, right, Rick?
Yes, the movie's being made.
And Nicole Sackage, I think, is helping out with that.
Yes, she is. But that's the Aviary.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hey, Lone J, thanks for waiting. Go ahead. The stage is yours.
Hi. So my questions are for Rick. Can you hear me, Rick?
Yes, I can.
Hey. So I'm just really looking for your opinion on these questions. I'm not looking to poke or prod or get any facts. So with the way things seem at the moment, with the current state of the world, uh, I feel like, shouldn't we be revealing everything now so we can at least have a chance at turning things around? With the start of AI, past its growth, we don't if we don't reveal something now, the truth won't matter later because it'll be hard to discern between truth from fiction. Um, so I was just wondering, how you felt about that, and who do you think really has control over disclosure? Is it the ETs or the government, or are they the same thing? And last question is, what's your opinion on the Nazis' involvement in the UAP subject?
Well, I agree that disclosure should be now. That's why I'm out here. That's why our group is working so hard to try to facilitate disclosure. But it's going to be up to the government. It's going to be up to certain entities, whistleblowers, Congress, to motivate and streamline the process so we could get disclosure out to the American people. I don't have any knowledge about the Nazis and what the Nazis did. I'm a history buff, but there's just not a whole lot of information pertaining to the subject that was written back then. I know there's people in Germany and other places that are writing about what the Nazis did, and they're writing today era, but not writing back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s when some really, really, really good information was presented in history books. So I can't. I don't know. I don't think they were. I don't think they had the bell, but there's the explanation for what that was, and so I'm just saying that I don't think the Nazis, and that's just my opinion. I was involved in this.
So in other words, it could have been like propaganda. In other words, it could have been like Russian propaganda. Nowadays, we call it German propaganda, or even we put out propaganda information to make the enemy think that we've got something that we don't have. Is that accurate?
Exactly. That's highly, highly, highly possible.
All right, thanks, Rick. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Go ahead, Steve.
Oh, hello. Rick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. I just want to thank you for engaging sort of ordinary people in the community here. I think it's really great. My question is sort of about funding the grassroots movement, the people on Twitter here. And so, you've got sort of private benefactors like Tom DeLong and Bob Bigelow, guys like that. What if somebody was to appear in the community with sort of substantial resources? What would you advise them to spend it on?
Oh, wow. Well, there's so many things that were attempted years ago, like Bigelow and Nids. He threw money out there to people, millions and millions of dollars, and I don't think it was organized in the right way. I think that was wasted money. There are a lot of things that can be done. We need to create a news venue that talks about this subject more. I know it's discussed on spaces and podcasts and things like that, but News Nation likes to get. I know people that have approached News Nation with ideas, and they were all for it. But of course, the thing about News Nation is they're very expensive. They're a very expensive news entity. They have to rely on money, and so and people haven't come up with the type of money that they would need to facilitate some kind of open forum where we could bring whistleblowers in. So that would be one way that the money could be spent.
But News Nation was the only one that I know that covered the Vegas event, so I'm going to give them kudos for that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's who, and I'm sure there's probably other people could think of other types of monies that could be, how they could be used effectively.
Thanks, Rick. So you're sort of saying focus more on communication rather than, like say, I know, so for example, have you heard of a guy called Charles Hoskins? He's an early cryptocurrency billionaire, and he threw some money at Avi Loeb when he was going looking for debris in the oceans and things like that. Say a guy like that popped up, you would say go for communication rather than something like that, like funding, giving it to a Gary Nolan or giving it to Steve Bassett or Danny Sheehan with their lobbying efforts. You would go for, because I sort of see it's like the government and the military contractors, they've got unlimited resources, but it seems like the real action is here on Twitter. This is sort of, well, it's at least a space that's very important, but there are people here doing this voluntarily, sort of just after work, after their family.
Do you have some money that you want to throw out there, or do you know somebody who does? Because I can help direct you to where it would be well spent.
Well, yeah, I do. I know people. There's two communities that I've been interested in for 30 years, and they've sort of coalesced and combined here on Twitter. It's cryptocurrencies, digital assets, which has been around for 30, 40 years, and the UAP thing. And both of them were sort of these obscure areas, and then both within about 60 days in November, December 2017, they both pumped out into the mainstream. And there's a lot of crossover. All the UAP stuff seems to happen on Twitter, and all the crypto stuff happens on Twitter. And there's a lot of similarities in those two communities. So I think you can get a lot of resources.
Can you help us raise some money? I want to make a movie. If the movie sounds right and we got the right players, would you be able to help us with that?
Yes. I think I know people, and it would be more of just putting the two communities in, like say, for example, Charles Hoskinson. I don't know him, but I know his journey. He started off as one of these guys who early cryptocurrency adopter, and then 10 years later, he's a billionaire, and now he's throwing money around. So he's sort of like a Bob Bigelow guy, Brandon Fugel guy, and there's lots of those people around. So I don't think it would take too much effort to sort of get some funding and then say, rather than make fund the grassroots. The people here are trying to do good work, but don't have the resources to do it full time. Or if they're doing it full time, like Lou Reviews with the great work he did. If something goes wrong, you can sort of go from I'm earning a bit of an income doing this, so I can do it full time, to now I'm sort of out.
Not to cut you off, Steve, but you got a question for Rick? Because Lou and there's some other hands up we want to get to tonight.
And Rick answered it. It was sort of communication rather than spending it on more, research type things. Spend it on communication. So that was a great answer. Thanks, Rick.
You're welcome. I think we'll go for another maybe 5 questions.
Okay, the lineup that I have thus far is the man in the shadows, and then Mike, and then Lou, and then Luis has come up here, as has Mario, but your hands aren't up, so I'm unsure if you're wanting to ask a question.
Yeah,
But go
last chance
ahead.
to raise your hand.
The man in the shadows, go ahead.
I have a question for you, Rick. So you say that, you know, obviously I have some contacts in Congress and.
Are you all hearing the man in the shadows talking?
Yeah, I hear him. Do you hear him, Rick?
No, I don't hear anybody but you guys.
I don't hear him either. Hey, the man in the shadows, just drop back down.
We'll recycle him. Yeah, bring up
Yeah,
the
I'll
next.
pull you back up, okay? So go ahead, Mike. Mike Disclosure, go ahead, man.
Yeah, first off, I wanted to say hi, Rick. Good to see you, my friend. And
Hi, Mike. Good to see you.
I wanted to thank you again for helping me investigate the recent whistleblower, Jason Sands. You did an amazing job with that. Fantastic. And
You're welcome.
I wanted to say that when you close up shop here on the space, if you can, give me a quick call for a few minutes. I wanted to speak with you privately.
Okay. All right. We'll do.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to jump in real quick and piggyback with. Okay, so Rick has become a friend of mine, but his ability to help me as a researcher save time and energy and direction and give me direction has been invaluable, and that's a tremendous asset. If you can find a friend like that, don't ever turn your back on him.
Oh, I agree. Rick is a very good friend, personal friend of mine, and he does amazing work, especially in regards to research. So you're right, Clint. Definitely
Thank you.
an invaluable resource.
Thank you, Mike. And Eric.
Okay, Lou, go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me. Man, I wanted to follow up with the question from last time, but I know that probably won't go well. So you mentioned that your wife is a believer. Is that right?
No, I didn't say that. I
Or
never
is
talked
she?
about my wife.
Did you
The
maybe say
only thing I said about my wife
You
was
were
she's
talking about astrology,
astrology.
and you said
Oh, okay,
yes,
got it.
yes.
How is she into the UFO topic as much as you are?
No.
What does she think about your interest in the hobby?
That's between her and I.
Well, I mean, like, does she, does she, does she?
I got to meet Rick's wife.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can tell you the God's honest truth. Why don't you ask me, and I'll tell you because.
Oh, dude, I'm
I can
not.
tell you this. She's a very nice lady. She's very considerate,
I'm sure she's
polite,
nice.
respectful.
I'm just wondering
Okay.
if there's anything maybe that I don't think you could answer this, Clint. But is there anything that you've ever told her that maybe you haven't told the rest of us when it comes in regards to
regarding the subject of UFOs or
yes, and aliens?
UAP?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Like what?
It's between her and I.
Well, you can tell her, right? So it's not unclassified. Can you just give us one?
Well, wait a minute. My father has told me things. He retired from Groom Lake, and my father has shared things with me that I promised I would never share until he passed away. So I personally would respect someone's private familial relationship.
Okay.
Thank you.
Boring.
Okay, but I want to say, okay, Rick, I'm going to drop a bomb here. I hope it doesn't piss you off. Okay, but take this in fun, guys. It's a true story. I swear to God, it's true. So I meet Rick in Laughlin, and we're going to go, and he allowed me to interview him for 6 hours about Paul Benowitz, with giving me information that I don't know that he shared publicly yet. But anyway, Thomas Whitmore has heard it. And when I met Rick and we're downstairs, and we're talking about UFOs and whatnot, and she puts her arm around Rick, and she says, Rick's my alien. Do you remember that, Rick?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I swear to God, she said, I almost started busting up. I didn't know you well enough, though. I just said,
Yeah, I remember that.
I hope I didn't offend you by saying that. I just thought that was the coolest thing. Okay.
No.
Well, Rick, now you know if we say you're our alien, you'll know what we mean.
Yes, exactly.
We mean it in an endearing way.
That's right.
I wanted to see if the man in the shadows was able to use his mic again, if he wanted to try it out. Are you there, man in the shadows? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Oh,
Go ahead.
perfect.
Can you hear him, Rick?
Yeah, I can hear him.
Rick, can you hear
Yeah,
him?
I can hear him.
Okay.
All right, Rick. So I have one question for you. More like it's like a mixture of a question and a statement at the same time. So let me explain. If you need any more resources or any type of ability to push things along, I have connections as well to push the narrative. And that means by certain people in more than just DoD, Department of Defense, or any other stipulations. I do have people that have a high net worth that is over in the $1 billion mark, and they're in the same bracket and they're willing to push forward. Would you like that?
Sure, every bit helps. Yeah, sure. I left my email there on X. If you can just send me an email, and we
Definitely
can discuss
will.
it through the emails. Okay.
Alrighty,
Yeah.
sounds great. Awesome. That's all
Thank
I
you.
have to say.
Okay, we could go to Louise, and then Rick, you want to round it off with our dear friend Nicole?
Yes, that sounds great.
Okay, Louise, go ahead. Thanks for waiting.
Oh, thanks so much for letting me speak. Hi, Rick. I just have a question. So back in 2017, we know that WikiLeaks released some emails, and Tom DeLonge was chatting with people like Neil McCasland, General Neil McCasland. Now, I was just wondering, have you met or spoken to Neil McCasland? We know he's a gatekeeper. And have you, basically interacted with people on his level that know what he knows? And do you think he'd ever come forward? Thank you.
No, I never met never met the guy, but we within a working group we have two retired DCIs, directors of counterintelligence, director of Central Intelligence, and one director of the DIA. We had one who was and also NSA. So they are in the know, and they have good contacts. So, but no, I've never met that general.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We got two more
Nicole,
hands, and then I want to make a final.
You want to let Godhead throw his question out there, Nicole, and then you can take us away? Okay.
Yeah, so
ahead,
I was
Godhead.
abducted. And,
Hey,
I was saying
I go
only
by
pro
source.
dies.
I have two accounts. I'm sorry.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Source.
Okay. Sorry.
That's all right.
Oh my gosh, that just nearly completely wiped my question out of my mind.
Well, I was saying only
Okay.
pro
It had
Byron
something. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. Okay. So my brother is extremely well connected, probably as much as you guys. He was trying to get me to talk to Alan Greenfield. So I was talking to him, and I was going to interview him like a year ago, but I had a concussion.
And they put it in there.
And then he kind of lost his temper with me because it took me so long. But I'm ready to do some things like this now, and I'm wondering how I can get sort of into this community, because it's kind of the job I'm supposed to be doing to help my brother out.
Well, just keep coming into the spaces, and I don't know what specific type of help you want to provide to groups, but my email's in the on X. You just have to send me an email, and if I can, I'll facilitate any kind of help or direct you in the right location.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, Rick.
You're welcome.
Nicole.
Hi, everybody again.
Nicole.
Thanks for letting me back in the space after I got cycled down. I know I could ask questions forever, but I do want to give a shout out to my friend Louise. She brought up a Tom DeLonge adjacent question, which I just like to point out that she wrote the most fabulous song about Tom DeLonge and disclosure. So you guys need to go to Luis's Twitter and scroll back a few months and find that song. It's the greatest song about Tom DeLonge I've ever heard in my life. And I've heard a couple, actually. So shout out to Louise. And Rick, thank you so much. I know you and I are on this friend level to a point because, I'm working on some books that may or may not be in films. And of course, those are attached to like Grant Cameron, and he's been hounding you or hot on your trail for decades. So I do sometimes get it thrown my way that I don't ever ask you hard questions. So in lieu of that, I would like to maybe ask you a tougher one. And it does segue from how you kind of left a cliffhanger with me and Grant. So is that okay? Or is that something I should wing at you in a private space?
You can ask any question. I might not answer it, but you
I
can ask
know
any question.
that's always the risk with you, but in the space that you joined with me and Grant's first Twitter space that he hosted, we were talking about parts of your career, and you brought up for the first time I had ever heard you mention, and I'm also speaking with him as a part of these upcoming books, but you said Ron Pandolfi was your boss. I was wondering if you would elaborate on that very quick comment that you made, because to my knowledge, I know me and Grant, like 5 minutes later when the space ended, we were like, what the heck did Rick just say? Did he say that? But I don't think either one of us followed up with you yet. So can I follow up with you now?
Well, I should say that Ron was part of a group of people that was in charge of a particular operation. And I guess technically he would have been in charge of that operation, but I
Was he
did.
CIA at that time, Rick?
Yeah. I wasn't directly. I mean, he wasn't my first line supervisor. I'll put it that way. But I meant to say that he was in charge of that.
Was this
But
a multi-agency operation, Rick?
yeah, it was a multi-agency operation.
Right. Then that's kind of the gist I had of it without, because when you say a comment like that, it's not like I can turn around and go, Mr. Pandolfi, Dodie just said you were his boss. Like, that's just like so vague and, out there. I'm like, so the boss of everything, huh? Like, I knew I had to clarify a little more before I could pursue my line of thoughts. But thank you so much, Rick. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And also, footnote, just to stir it up a little more, that there was a situation that occurred on Twitter a few months back that caused Ron Pandolfi to send Rick some emails. Remember that?
Yes.
That was interesting.
I will not
if you want to talk about that, go.
I will not acknowledge knowing anything about those said emails or if I was CC'd on them.
I shut him up after I sent some things back to him.
Hey, Rick, do you want to take another question from Mario? And then Lou Reviews has his hand up as well. Just checking in with you.
Yeah, I guess I can take one more. Yeah, no problem. Guess we can go up to, what time is it now? Almost the top of the hour.
We got to let Lou get it all out there, Rick. Just so you know, I promised Lou I would give him as many chances.
Okay, Mario hasn't had a chance, so can we maybe go to Mario and give Luke his opportunity? Thank you. Go ahead, Mario. Mario, can you hear us?
I think I can now. This is the first time I've ever done this. Rick, how are you?
I'm good. Is this the real Mario?
It is. Yeah, it is. How you been?
Good.
Yeah, a friend of mine told me this was on.
Can you all hear Mario? I cannot hear him.
I can hear him.
Yeah, I hear him.
Okay, I'll just stay quiet.
Some can, some can't. Rick, I just wanted to ask you a question. We've spoken several times, and we were on that podcast together with Disclosure. And
yes,
that morning when, in 1977, in November, when I came into the commander's office and was brought by my flight chief and my assistant flight chief, and you were there, and Captain Jack Reed was there, your commanding officer at the time. I wanted to know, if I could ask, how much information did you know of my situation and of the sighting that took place at November 5 that evening? Or do you know of it?
Nothing. I knew nothing. I wasn't briefed at all. All my job was at the time was to go to the hospital, the base hospital, and pick up yours and I think Johnson's medical records and bring him back to OSI office. And I think I had to get the I guess I had to get a PRP document that was on you too.
Well, the reason I asked that is when I was escorted, or when I reported to Colonel Spraker that morning, if you remember, I had to knock on the door frame, the standard way of reporting, come in, salute him, the whole 9 yards, and you, Jack Reed, Captain Jack Reed, and I couldn't remember he was a captain until you told me, and there was another guy next to him in a suit that was taller. Then the assistant base commander was there, and
that was Jack Green. That was Jack Green. He was a civilian. He wasn't military. He was a GS 11 or something.
So what was he, in a security type function or an investigative type function?
No, he was OSI.
He was OSI, but he was a GS rating. Okay.
Yeah, he was GS.
The reason I asked is because everybody in that room was waiting for me and Michael Johnson to arrive, which Michael Johnson was taken over to the flight surgeon's office immediately. We were separated from November 5 as of that morning. I came in with my flight chief, Master Sergeant Gray, and Sergeant Hawkins took him immediately to the hospital. We used the box elder gate, come into the SATAF building. But when we got there, as I said and reported in, you guys were already sitting to my left as I came in. And he had me stand there at parade rest for probably, 20 minutes, and the whole thing started before he allowed me to sit down to ask the remaining questions that he had, which were quite long. I mean, that lasted a couple of hours. So before I ever was taken in his staff car to the flight surgeon's office, you and your officer, or your captain, and the man next to him were present during all that time. And I just wanted to know what thoughts you had, concerning that whole incident, because it's never left me in 45 years. And I'm just so glad we can touch base, and we have in the last 3 years, or in the last year, that is, although I've been, emailing you and stuff for quite some time. But I'm just glad we could touch base and discuss this, because I've never been able to discuss it with anybody. And the search goes on through Arrow for Michael Johnson. And
Yeah, I know. In fact, I had been contacted by somebody from the DOD office on that. But I was actually there, TDY, on something entirely different with Jack, and then and at the time the OSI officer was short man, so I was asked to do something. Now I knew there was something happened in the missile field.
What?
I knew that. I mean, I knew that you guys were with the security police. And I think, was it the Missile Security Squadron?
Oh yeah,
was it called?
yeah. Was it? Yeah,
Missile Security.
November 5. Yeah, we were at November 1, LCF. Yeah.
Right.
And
but I knew it was something out there, but I didn't know that was UFO Canadian. I didn't know anything about that at the time. I was just asked to do something, and I just happened to be in the office, and they said, "Hey, listen," I was a young whippersnapper. I mean, just really young OSI agent, and they told me to do something. I did it. So that's all I knew. Now I learned more later, but that was afterwards.
Okay, because what was your rank at that time? Because I was a senior airman at that time, then promoted to an NCO in April, just a few months later. But I didn't.
Hold on, Amaro, can I ask, how old are you now? And are you telling me that you physically saw Rick Dodie there? Is that what you're saying? And Rick is acknowledging that?
Absolutely, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I kind of made that point facetiously, so others like Lou could realize that Rick Dodie actually did this work. So here's testimony right here live on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm 68. I'll be 69 in September. Born in 55. Rick, how old are you?
About the same age. I'm 70.
You're 70. Okay. What was your rank at that particular time?
We were just OS agents. We didn't have a rank.
You just did. So you weren't you
no.
enlisted? Were you weren't you were officer?
No,
or
I was an officer. I was an officer.
Okay.
Officer.
All right. Yeah, I just wasn't sure, so that's why I asked. But
All right, Mario, let me ask you a question,
Please.
Mario, please, because I'm sure you paid a lot of attention to a lot of things, and I'm sure you probably listened to Rick talk and maybe some of these spaces and other things. And what's your general, I'm assuming you're going to be completely candid right now. What's your general impression of Rick and what he's trying to do and the message? Are you skeptical of Rick? Do you have any hard questions? I mean, you're a guy that was there, did that, had an experience. You're an old timer. You've observed a lot of things. What's your take? That's what I want to know.
You mean concerning just Rick Dodie? What? I mean,
yeah, what's your gut on the things that he talks about and what he says and what he's trying to do now?
He's lived his path. He's chosen his path, and he's done well in his path in which he's on. I don't have any qualms with Rick in any way, and if I did, I wouldn't have asked him anything point blank concerning my particular briefing or debriefing that morning that he was there and present. It's been an ongoing trek for all of us, in my opinion, and it's ongoing for him as well as it is myself.
So you relate to the things he talks about because of your own personal experiences. So you see no reason to disbelieve him. Is that what you're saying?
No, I would never say something like that about him. Why would I even venture in that realm for? No. I mean, I worked for the United States Department of Energy for almost 14 years. So I've been to all these national laboratories, Sandia, Los Alamos, Oak Ridge National Laboratory, General Electric neutron devices. I've seen tests of elements in the 450
Lawrence
area
Livermore.
at Los Alamos. Excuse me?
I said Lawrence Livermore. I had to throw in that lab.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's
Yeah.
my Sarfati lab.
Well, Mario,
Okay.
thank you very much, Mario. I think that was very.
Thanks, Mario.
But we still got Lou reviews. We got to give Lou reviews the last shot, if that's okay, Rick. One more shot from Lou reviews.
I'll keep it real quick. I only have a suggestion for everyone in this room listening, and that is simply quit treating Rick Dodie with kid gloves. He's a big boy. He can answer questions on his own. And don't be afraid to ask Rick hard questions. And when he gives you answers where he gets super frustrated, I think that speaks volumes.
Lou, let me chime in real quick. I don't mean to cut you off, but me and you are having a little word share back and forth, though.
Hold on. Nicole has the floor now,
no,
Lou.
she doesn't. I wasn't done. I was about to say.
All right. Well, listen, Vinny, take control, Vinny.
No, I want Lou to finish, and then I want a rebuttal.
Thank you. I'm about to get out of here, Clint. If you want to have a discussion about the answers that we got today later in a different space, not today, obviously, but sometime later down the road, I would love to go over the answers that we got today from Rick Dodie. And Nicole, love you to death. But there's nothing in your.
We'll hash it out too. It all goes on the timeline.
Hold on, let me finish, girl. There's nothing in your book that is going to reveal anything that is going to get us closer to any sort of truth. Have a great weekend, guys.
Well, Lou, don't leave yet. Let me ask you,
I'll listen.
I mean, I know maybe you and I have different definitions of what a tough question is, but I mean, the last question I asked Rick, that took 7 years for that to even be able to unfold. And then so the question you asked tonight is who he thinks is most ridiculous in ufology.
No,
I mean,
Nicole,
I just think we have a difference of what
Nicole,
a tough question is.
Nicole, you missed
and
the
I know
first
you
part of
haven't
this.
read Grant's books. So the ones that I am continuing, book 2 and book 3, are a continuation of 3 books that Grant's already written before. Right. And to my knowledge, he has never written one that says, this is Rick Dodie. So, of course, the books to come aren't just about Rick. So there's more to this than just Rick. And
Okay, yeah, and in
so
those,
I don't ask him kit glove questions. I think he knows that. And I
okay,
think that's why we have a good repertoire.
Okay, Lou, you're going to get dropped, Lou. I
okay,
just want you to know, so don't
I
trip on it.
know,
Okay,
I
we're
know.
just
That's the
go.
way it always goes
And
here.
Lou, and
No, it is
I love
because
Lou
Lou, you
too.
are the only guy. Lou is the smartest guy in the room, and that's where you kind of blow your whole cover, Lou. Is you are not the
Well,
smartest guy in the room, but
hey
you want
guys,
everyone
so
to
just
think
how I
that.
stick
Yeah.
up for Rick, I stick up for Lou Jimenez too, though. Like he and I are cool. We talk about a lot of
But he
things
is
and
not the
get
smartest
heated.
guy in the
So
I'm
room.
not trying.
No,
I'm not trying to be the
let
smartest
me
guy in the room.
say
love you,
something.
Lou.
Lou, it's my impression that you are a disinformation person that's planted in these rooms. You disinform. You don't. You're not approaching anything with an open mind. All you want to do is argue and distort facts and call people liars. So that's my impression of you. That you are in fact a disinformation person in this room.
Okay,
But I'll
well,
stick up for Lou though
Nicole?
now.
Hold on a second, Nicole. I'd like to address that. I would love for anyone here. Here's my full name, Luis Victor Jimenez. Anyone could go find out right now if I'm a disinformation agent, like a claim that you just fucking made right now. So now you've just weaponized all the people in this room to come after me. Well, now you guys have my full name. So go for it and find out what department within the government I work for, because Ricky Ticky just put a fucking label on me like that.
Hey, this is
Well, you put a label on me, so I can put one on you. Okay, let's go. Who
Yeah,
was the last one?
let's go ahead and put Lou
Last
in
question.
the timeout
I'll
box.
end on something nice and just say that I am in the middle of a lot of this a lot of times between who likes people and who doesn't like people and who wants to get along and who I should talk to and who I shouldn't. And there is a big part of me that understands where Lou Jimenez is coming from. And from my point of view, like some of that gets taken out on people like Rick because it was people like Lou Elizondo and company. And I can just say that because I've shared some of the same frustrations that has Lou Jimenez the way he is right now, like looking at ufology this way. So it's not an excuse for anybody's behavior. I'm in the middle a lot and I seem to be able to get along and have respect for a lot of people across all their feelings. So that's what I try to bring to these spaces. And I know Rick has always been more than willing to speak with me, and so has Lou. So I just wish that maybe the two of you or just everybody could learn how to come at each other in a better way to achieve the same kind of results that they want to have with asking these questions, because some of them aren't easy and they are hard. So thanks, everybody. This was a great space overall. It doesn't need to be all poopy at the end.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah,
listen to
exactly.
Louise's song about Tom DeLonge. Like,
Do you
it's
want to
awesome.
give
Oh,
Lynn?
no. There's another Tom DeLonge song I haven't
Hey,
actually recorded yet.
hey, you guys.
Oh,
Hey, Lynn has her hand up. Sorry to mute everyone, but I wanted to give her a chance to speak as well. Go ahead, Lynn.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. So that was really fascinating to come into a space and to hear that exchange with Rick Dodie, Mr. Rick Dodie, and Mario Woods. That was, I think, entirely authentic. I hadn't heard much about this event that seemingly happened perhaps around November 1976 or 1977. And I just want to commend you, Rick. I think there's probably a lot of unfounded claims against you online that you are probably levied against you. And I thought the way you handled that was really cool. And that was a really fun listen to hear that exchange between you and someone that you had worked with. My question is, with that event in particular, is more information going to come out about that event, or is that just kind of just more of a natural kind of happenstance that came up tonight? Thank you very much.
Well, Rick, you should remind
Well, no, Mario.
you should remind everybody that you did a special episode with Mario on Disclosure Tonight for over 2 hours and discussed all of these things. They could rewatch it easily on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah, you can. You can. I was just going to say that I did. We talked at least 2 hours about the incident, what I knew about it. I wasn't intimately involved in the investigation of that. There were other OSI agents that did that. All I did was help the agents investigating it get some records. Well, all I'm going to say is that every security policeman or anybody that deals with nuclear weapons guards them, and that's what Mario was doing, and was guarding Minuteman III missiles at a missile site in South Dakota, are under what they call a personal reliability program. And that means that they have to be psychologically stable in order to guard nuclear weapons. And that was one of the forms I had to get from the hospital. So, but everything Mario says is factual. There's nothing out of the ordinary. Again, I wasn't intimately involved in it, so there's a lot that I don't know that he knows, and the other agents. Unfortunately, I think all the other agents are dead, but me. So, but Mario's speaking fact.
Well, so let me just confirm. So what Mario says, as far as you're concerned, without knowing the facts firsthand, you see no reason to disbelieve his story.
No, he did. There was something that happened in missile field involving UFO, and again, I don't have the full knowledge of that because that's probably still classified, and I only know what I did and what other agents told me to do, and the little briefing I did get regarding the incident. But the Mario's the one that needs to explain everything about it.
I just want to say I found the interview on Mike's page, and I've put it down in the trouble. So that's the little bubble, the chat bubble on the right-hand side, if anybody wants to watch it. Thanks. Hey, Mario.
How about we let Mario finish it off, and that'll be the very last one, Rick, because I really would like to hear more from Mario, if that's okay with you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello again. Wow. Didn't mean to stir up a bunch of mess. Are you there? Or can anybody hear me? Or
no, I can hear you. Yeah, we can
hear you.
Well, I'm out here putting up a doorbell, so that's why I was kind of offline for just a moment. But I just wanted to say, I appreciate what Rick has done. And it took so long to make contact with someone that was there. We still cannot locate Michael Johnson, and I'm not the only one looking for him. I've been looking for him for really since I bought my first computer back in 1992 or 93. Every platform that I can possibly get on, Together We Served or anything else, we're always trying to find him. People have been paid to look for him. Arrow is actively seeking him as also. So that's all I can do is wait for one of those people to do that. However, I did get something on an email day before yesterday, and it was an individual whose father was a state trooper, and literally I can send the email or post it wherever. But his father told him on his dying deathbed not long ago that when his son asked him about the 2 missing airmen on that missile site near Newell, South Dakota, where this happened, he said, yes, I was there. He saw something in the air. He didn't say what it was, but he said that did happen. Additionally, there were state guys looking for us too from Sturgis, South Dakota, which is south by 39 miles. So we had a total of 11 people searching for us. 5 hours of missing time and discovered behind the Newell Lake Reservoir Dam. Burns on my face. I don't know the burns that Michael Johnson had. Burns on the back of my right hand. We were at that point separated after taken back to the launch control facility and then transported back to the base after about a 2.5 hour interrogation per se. And then separated. I never saw him again for 18 days, of which he came to my apartment in Rapid City, and that was the last time I saw him. We drew pictures and drawings, and even the woman I was married to at the time just couldn't believe what was going on because I couldn't even tell her. But at that,
hey Mario, real quick,
that point she found out.
I don't want to assume. I don't want to assume anything, Mario, but your experience that you had, if 10 being it was full on non-human, 1 being, totally human, where would you rate that
A
experience?
25.
All right. So there's
Yeah.
no doubt in
No.
your mind. Now,
Listen.
my follow-up
Let me
would be
just.
this. Go ahead.
This craft. I'm going to tell you something. If you've ever seen a real aircraft carrier in your life, full on in a port, have you ever seen an aircraft carrier?
Oh, yes.
Okay. We'll
I
put
have.
2 of those together side by side and lengthwise and turn them into a sphere and put it 10 feet off the ground, sitting on top of a blast door at November 5 Minuteman II missile site and pulling up to that at 1 o'clock in the morning. And at the same time, air, light, vacuum, or whatever hit us was completely disabling and disorienting to any part of any human recognition that I may have had in me or Michael Johnson had in him. He was frozen to a steering wheel that it took 2 of us to pull him off of it 4 hours later, 5 hours later. A Sergeant Garza helped do that behind the New Lake Reservoir Dam. That object was so bright and so full of energy that I don't know if we put all of our nuclear weapons together at one time and detonated them, if that would even add up to the power that thing just exuberated. It was unbelievable. All of a sudden,
How long approximately did you get to observe that? Like a minute, 2 minutes, 30 seconds? How long did you actually look at that thing?
probably 5 minutes, 8 minutes before I was out, or before.
That's a long
Yeah,
time.
tell me about it. Never got out of my vehicle, never thought about shooting it. Didn't know if I was going to mess myself, couldn't run. Just, you're completely disabled as a human being. It's just so overwhelming to come into contact with something that is so much farther advanced technologically and every other kind of way to you as a human being. There's no way I can relate that to anybody. You have to feel it for yourself. Close up and full on. The heat from it, the rays from it, dust particles coming out of vents on the dashboard of an F-150 truck, just glistening right by my eyes as if in another time, as in slow motion. My partner's so frozen and so locked up, a real light-skinned black guy, breathing, looking forward, and just locked in a position like a human trance or something, or comatose, or I don't know, how do you say that? But what you said earlier, I heard PRP mentioned, Personal Reliability Program. I told in that office where Rick was that morning, everything that happened on that missile site that night, with the exception of what I saw out that right window of that F-54 pickup truck. And that were 3 small beings, grays, and 1 tall behind them. And in that, the small being's waistband, or whatever you want to call it, a belt, they didn't seem to be walking, they were gliding, was a wand of some type. It drew my attention to it because it had a glowing tip. The one behind him, the big one, he had something on his chest. Everything went dark from that moment. The next time I opened my eyes, I was in complete darkness, not knowing where we are. A white wall right next to the vehicle, about 10 feet away to my right. Complete darkness compared to an unbelievable sun rising on top of a missile site. That wall happened to be the backside of the New Lake Reservoir Dam. So if you did a Google Maps search on these 3 locations, November 1, November 5 to New Lake Reservoir Dam, which I'd never been there before. It was by mistake I even got to go there in 21 when Discovery Plus had us out there, or had me out there. That's 21 and a half miles. Where that vehicle was sitting, I got out in mud and the temperature was between 9 and 13 degrees that morning. Michael Johnson still frozen to a steering wheel. The only way we could have even gotten out of there was the way in which that vehicle was sitting where it was. We were in over 2 foot of snow. We only had 2-wheel drive vehicles. And when we were found, a Sergeant Garza approached from about 40 feet away. As I tried to speak to him, I said, I need help with Michael Johnson. He said, I'm not allowed to talk about it because he still wasn't speaking. He wasn't doing anything. He was comatose. So I don't even know how to explain that. But I never relayed what I saw out that window because of that personal reliability program. I'd have been out of a job and put out of the service and probably on a medical. And I would have never gone to work for the United States Department of Energy as a security inspector, ultimate security inspector with the Department of Energy facilities as a protection officer. So I did that for 14 years. until I.
Is it true, Mario, that a lot of the information is they will use the word hidden in that DOE because of their ability to keep it on the down low?
No, not at all. I signed a non-disclosure agreement that day, and Rick, you were there when I signed that, because Captain Jack Reed, he had the paperwork. He laid it on Colonel Spraker's desk, that I looked it over and signed it. That was prior to him sending me over to the conference room right next to his office or chair right there, where I spent the next hour and a half writing that on like a report form with a Skillcraft pen, which is 3 copies. You know how they used to do that, Rick, with the carbon copy?
Yeah.
Right. Well, there was 3 pages of that report, that I wrote everything that I just stated with the exception of what I saw out the right window. I said no more. Skin samples were taken from my upper right eye area and the back of my hand. Band-aids were placed on me, and I should have been in the field for 4 days. This was just the simple first day. We just got there that morning. I just ordered Michael Johnson that day. He came out for vacation relief from the 66 area down toward the Badlands, because there's 15 launch control facilities and 150 Minuteman II nuclear missiles on that site, which are now decommissioned. So,
Mario, let me ask you a quick question based on the people you've talked to and your own experience. If you were your best guess, how many other experiences similar to what you experienced have happened in the United States?
I'd probably say 3 or 4, just from what I know. That doesn't count overseas. I have friends overseas also that I've come into contact with. It's amazing how this thing blossoms. It's just not all about me. It's going on, and there's many people that don't know that it's going on, and perhaps that's the curiosity that we all have.
Well, one of the another bit of information we need to pass everybody away is there was a second incident that happened at Ellsworth Air Force Base. Not just Mario's, but there was a second incident that happened there. So there were 2 within the same year.
In the 66 area too. That was down toward the Badlands.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
And there was one just the year before, and that's when a really large craft posed itself at the south end of our runway on base at Ellsworth, where they, have uploaded B-52 bombers because they have a aircraft wing also, not just a missile wing. And that was the year before.
Mario, one more quick question. So Rick has shared with us information that he believes is authentic, that the DIA recognized 5 different types of beings during his time in. Do you see any reason not to believe that there might have been 5 beings at minimum that have visited us here on Earth or that are here now?
Well, I totally recognize those 5 that he's talking about, and I've been told, and I think there's about 9 of them, to be honest with you. Just me speaking, nobody else.
If the DIA,
Great.
if the DIA has been tracking these, just like.
Can I ask if you guys, because I've seen this, and so has my brother, the people frozen on the wheel. Have you heard anything about Northeast Mississippi regarding this, or any incidents about the year 2000, 2002, somewhere in there?
Was that a guy by the name of Hendricks? Justin Hendricks? Was that who you're talking about?
My brother is P.D. Newman. He's a Freemasonry author, psychedelic author. Yeah, I'm unpublished, but I've written a few things, but I'm not satisfied with them yet. But we've both witnessed some of this same stuff, where individuals on both sides of the road pulled over, and all the cars were stopped, and all the people had their hands on the wheels and just looking straight ahead, eyes open, breathing. It was the most eerie thing, and we've all got some lost time during that incident. And sorry, the rain just started, so yeah.
That sounds great. I need to ask a question though. There's so many people in this room. I have some pretty good connections throughout this whole thing, and I'm just going to call it that because I don't want to single any particular person out or thing per se. But I have been told that studied through DARPA, there is a way through the hippocampus part of the brain that there is a portion in there somewhere or some type of a nerve bunch that can be electrically stimulated and literally turn a human being off. I don't know what anybody else has heard about that, but that really got my attention when that was stated, and they said they've done it. So I just find that totally believable. I believe that these beings have more knowledge about us than we've ever thought about having concerning ourselves, scientifically and every other kind of way.
I would love to train with that and get to where I could shake it off and disregard the effect.
I can only imagine.
Actually, Rick, I think Peter can answer Mario's question directly.
Yeah. Hey, Mario. Good to talk to you again. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, if anyone's interested, we did about I think it was probably a 2.5 hour interview with Mario and Rick on that episode of Disclosure Tonight. And we got into some really good details. It's a really good interview from both of them. We got into some really good details that you really don't find anywhere else on the internet that I know of. So if you're interested in that case, that would definitely be a good place to look for some details. But yeah, Mario, that's yeah, what you're onto there is true. There, you've got your amygdala, which is often an emotion processing center, and
Thank you.
memory.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, and if you stimulate that, then you can get it so you're not forming a lot of memories at that time. So you may not consciously recall the episodes that you're observing. So it's one thing to go through things; it's another thing to remember it. And it's like when people get concussions; they often don't remember several minutes that they're up walking around afterwards, but they process normally. But they just don't recall that. So it's absolutely correct what you're saying, that your brain could be stimulated to not remember those events.
Could there be seepages in that where perhaps you know in a dream state you may see parts of those things that possibly occurred when you were shut off per se? What do you think?
Yeah, that's a possibility because the events are recorded in different areas of your brain, and usually when you enter certain dream states, different areas of your brain start coordinating together, and areas that normally coordinate together stop coordinating together, so they act more independently. So that's kind of where you're going in and out of your dream cycles and your REM sleep cycles, is when the different areas of your brain start and stop coordinating together. And there's a lot of ideas on why that happens, and some of it is to process information that you've experienced during the day that day, so that you can sort through it and record that as long-term memories. So it's conceivable that you might be able to remember some of that, even though you don't consciously remember that, because you're also recording these events in your endocrine system and emotionally too. So you may have some emotional feedback where that was actually a heightened response, and then that may be playing back, and then your brain can reinterpret that emotional response. And whether that's accurate to what you actually saw then or not is probably, that's a question, but it doesn't mean it isn't either. So that's definitely possible.
Not to be rude, but we're trying to wrap this up. Go ahead, Mario, and then we've got a few hands. I know Rick's been giving us like 30 minutes overtime. Mario, go, Mario, go.
The first thing I want to say is one, thank you, Rick Dodie, for standing up and acknowledging that you were there that day, whatever you had to do there and pick up my medical records and everything. I only know, you may imagine this, you live with something like this all your life. I was 23 years old the time that it happened. And you question yourself all along, all your life. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I know what happened. Up minus 5 hours of what took place, I don't know. But for you to stand up and to help me and to say that, yes, I remember you as well as I remembered you. I saw you on Ancient Aliens. That's where I first saw it. I said, wait a minute, I know that guy. And that's where it all came from. And from that point, I was trying to make contact with you. But you're the only one I've gotten so far. in my whole incident. Master Sergeant Gray's gone. Sergeant Hawkins is gone. Can't find Michael Johnson. I know Colonel Spraker, he's gone. He was in his 40s or 50s then, you know. So I don't know how else to proceed other than the way in which I'm doing, you know. And I only tell exactly what I know. I've never embellished any portion of it in any way, but I did take a slow motion picture of everything that I saw because that's the way it was shown to me that night. I was hanging out of the windowsill on an F-154 pickup truck, flashing a black aluminum flashlight at this thing, the same way I had done at the launch control facility when I saw it to my east earlier, 3 hours earlier. How that happened, I don't know. But I do know this. When I flashed that flashlight at that big, huge, electrically charged craft that was big as a Walmart building, as soon as I slid back down on that seat and put my M16 between my legs, and I've got on a full parka, flat pants, bunny boots, everything, and a beret on my head, that I could breathe again. And I turned to Michael Johnson, who's still stuck on that wheel, and I said, "It's going to be okay. We can breathe now." That's exactly what happened. The pressure was released. I don't know if it's through that flashlight communication, something so simple. But these beings, their technology is something that we can't even wrap our heads around. And I know I saw what I saw, and I know how I felt sitting there on that windowsill of that truck as a full-grown, fully armed security policeman in the United States Air Force. There was nothing that could stop me but these guys, or whatever you want to call them. But I just thank you, Rick, for stepping up and sending me that email and being there for me, with me.
Well, if you
Thank you.
remember, Mario,
No, you're very welcome.
I reached
Thank
out to you.
Yeah.
And I put you together with Rick so that you could have that conversation, because we talked about it privately. And I remember you were trying to have a conversation with Rick, and I told you that I could make that happen and put you and him on the show together. So after 45 years, you would be able to discuss and go over this.
We
And it
did
was my
exactly
pleasure.
that too.
We did.
Thank you.
Oh, it was my pleasure. And I'm glad you and Rick had a chance to continue to speak about this. And I believe we'll be able to continue the conversation. So I'm glad that
Well, we
you
sure
and Rick were
should.
able to do that. Yeah, we will. It's an
So,
important thing.
I just want to say real quick is that this is what teamwork's all about, in my opinion. I mean, you put your ego aside, you have one goal is to get the truth out there. One guy helps another guy. I try to get Rick on Twitter. We're all working together, and most of us aren't getting paid a dime for this.
Oh, I can tell you not one penny. You're absolutely right, Clint. And Rick, your co-host, I sent her a DM with the actual link to the episode with you and Mario on Disclosure Tonight. She could take the current one down and put the one I sent her up, which is the right one. So people can follow it and see it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody. I think we're going to end it now. I appreciate everybody's questions and patience, even Lou's. But you know, I have to say what I want to say. He said what he wanted to say, and I get a right to say what I want to say. Before we go, I got something that somebody there's a group out there that actually wrote this song. Just listen to it for a minute. For me.
With possibility, life is quite the mystery. I believe the unknown is my friend.
Anyways, I won't bore you with any more of it, but that
sounds like a Logan. Did Logan put that together for you?
No, actually this one woman, I met her at she's actually British. I met her at a UK awakening a couple years ago, and I mean, she's very wrapped up in this, and she has a group over there called. She's changed the name to it, but she said and she's followed me. She's actually went to Denmark when I was over there doing it. a presentation, and then to Germany. And God, I thought, wow, you really believe in this subject. And then she said, I'm going to write a song for you. And so she did and sent it to me, but I thought it was cute.
That's cool. Hey, before you close it out, Mike, or does anybody want to hold like a after party space or not? I mean, just maybe we should announce that right now because Rick's got to go.
Yeah, Rick has to
If somebody wants to start another space, we could follow up conversations on
Fletcher
it.
was just telling me he wants to start a space, and let's discuss after this.
Okay, thanks a lot, Rick. Once again, you've got no bullshit. If you guys don't know this, I mean, well over 100 hours of Rick Dodie just answering questions on Twitter Spaces. Who else? Seriously. I mean, I'm not talking shit about Lou Elizondo or anybody else, but who else? I mean, he's put the time in. He doesn't get a dime for this, guys. Come on. Let's give him a hand for that.
Yeah, and thank you for letting me help you out, Rick, and for everybody being, respectful and having civil discourse. I think it is amazing when we all can do that. Thank you.
And you did an excellent job of co-hosting. I really appreciate it. Fantastic. And, everyone in here, Nicole, I want to say thanks, Mike, and Eric especially. Everybody did a great job. I'm glad to see Peter came in and talked, and Logan, and but I appreciate it, and I want to thank everyone for showing up, and we'll do it again sometime.
Good night, Nick. Rick.
Good night, everyone.